I'm really sorry. So you need to
Where is the minister? Sorry, where is it? Okay, yes, proceed.
Your left. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Timbo, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, between the period of the 20th of April and the 4th of May, 1961, a delegation of Sierra Leoneans led by our then Prime Minister, Samuel Magai, met at Lancaster House in England to negotiate with our British colonial masters for self-determination and independence of the people of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that was a beautiful moment in the history of this nation. A moment of unity, a moment of cohesion, shown even in the complexion of the delegation that represented Sierra Leone at Lancaster House in 1960. We had representatives from the government side. We had representatives from the opposition side. We had traditional leaders. We had educationists. We had religious people. We had people from different tribes, all representing the interest of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today when you read the history books, the names of those prominent people who took part in a fight for self-determination as a nation, it's only the names that we talk about now. Most of them, not even their children, are present now. I am making reference to this, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to prick your consciences, honorable members. While we sit in this honorable House of Representatives, we must understand that what we are doing today, people will always reference the 6th Parliament, the members of the 6th Parliament of the Second Republic of Sierra Leone, and that Honorable Numa was leader of government business, and all of the members of Parliament, the SLPP caucus, were in the 6th Parliament when we dealt with this constitution. Similarly, Honorable Abdul Kagbo and his caucus will always be referenced when they talk about the people who made the move to change the 1991 constitution. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the united move made by our forebearers ushered in independence and the 27th of April 1961 Independence Constitution. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it has been 65 years since, and as a young man who has lived, born here and has lived my entire life in this nation, many times I have asked myself whether gaining independence as a nation has been a blessing or a cost to us. 65 years of underdevelopment. 65 years of coup d'etats. 65 years, 11 of which we had a senseless civil war. And we lost over 50,000 lives. Brain drain. And a lot more. 65 years of wanton corruption. 65 years of political bickering, lip service and liberalism. 65 years of poverty and epidemics. But you know what they tell us all the time? That Solomon will be resilient. How long can we be described, or would we be described as a resilient people? When can we really say, Paupa, Solomon better? You know, Mr. Speaker, the APC will point hands at the SLPP. The SLPP will point fingers at the APC. The ordinary people will point fingers at us in here, the politicians. But I make bold to say, collectively, by our actions and inactions, we are responsible for the decadence of this nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, fast forward to the promulgation of the multi-party democratic 1991 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, before moving forward on talking about this 91 Constitution, which we seek today to amend, I wish to doff my hat to a true soldier. I wish to doff my hat to the true father of democracy in this nation. I wish to doff my hat to the late President, Major General Joseph Saidu Momoh. With the one-party 1978 Constitution, which was touted by Sir Albert Magai and enacted and implemented by Shaka Stevens. He chose democracy. He chose multi-party democracy. He chose to enact a constitution where fundamental human rights are enshrined in Chapter 3 of this constitution. Mr. Speaker, this is a man who gave himself term limits. President Joseph Saidu Momoh, in the 1991 Constitution, for the first time, we got 5 years presidential term limits. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, he established commissions and institutions that we still use today. An example, the audit service, the PPIC that we're talking about today, the ECSL, they were all established pursuant to the Constitution 1991. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this was a man who intended to hold elections in 1992.
Exactly.
But however, this country was delayed for 4 years by men who were wearing military uniforms. Constitution Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, long before now, I brought up an issue on the process by which this bill was brought to Parliament, pursuant to Section 108 of the Constitution, regarding the publication in successive gazettes. However, Mr. Speaker, moving forward from that, many efforts have been made, and we Attorney General and Minister of Justice for his tact in maneuvering a very difficult situation. I ask that we applaud the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have several issues in this draft bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have several issues on this draft bill. Unluckily, this was made known when we were discussing as part of the technical committee set up to look into these issues and harmonize a document that is before this House. We distinguish two sides, the four major points and the other points, many of which have been dealt with in this House of Parliament during this debate. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Attorney General and the debaters who have spoken, who have debated, started by talking about Pacta sunt servanda. Promises must be kept. How we must adhere to agreements. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice rightly said that this document before us is sourced from the Edmund Cowan Commission, CRC, and the tripartite recommendations. Rightfully so. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, first I want to say this, that if anybody is mistaken that what was agreed is law, I want to disassociate myself from that act of treason. Section 108 of the Constitution, which I will read, it says any person who attempts to amend this Constitution, alter a clause in it, outside this Parliament, commits an act of treason. I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I wish to say that what we did and what we said and what the MPs told us during our retreat, that they have the power guardedly to accept or not to accept. And that is exactly what the debaters from the SLPP side have shown us. You cannot be speaking from two sides of your mouth. You cannot be oscillating and vacillating. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I refer to the debate of my colleague member of Parliament of the Western area, Honorable Marie Conte. He was the first person who debated, and he said on the Search and Nomination Committee, he said Boditi Northwell, SO2, low left for high day, a plan consultation. A similar thing echoed by Honorable Devao. At the same time, these are the same people who were telling us to abide by what was agreed. Have you forgotten that the search and nomination committee is recommended in the how is it called? Tripartite report? What are you saying? On the one hand, you want to change that, but on the other hand, you asking us to abide by it. On another point, you say, we arguing for the 55%, but we are the ones who accepted in the tripartite recommendation 50% plus 1. But you've forgotten that. And you argued that the district representation there, the percentage should be removed. Have you forgotten that that's part of the tripartite recommendation? Like I said earlier, the primary responsibility to make laws rests squarely on us, the members of parliament, and that we guard jealously. So it is fine for you to deviate. It is fine for us to have a rethink, because that is what the law provides. So don't use that to argue. Don't use it. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, like I said, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Honorable Daniel Koroma said the main issues in this constitution, honorable members, he said there are main issues in this constitution, and most others are addendum or addenda or appendices, however you want to call them. And I agree. And that is the reason why in our conversations in the technical committee, we identify the 4 big elephants in the room, expecting that the others will be dealt with in this House of Parliament. And that is what we're going to do. When we get to the next stage, the third reading, Mr. Speaker, I will highlight, or all of us will highlight the clauses that we have issues with. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, heavy weather has been made of the proportional representation system. Mr. Speaker, I refer you to a document which is a national document, but which some have argued that hasn't been laid before this well of Parliament. The report of the Tripartite Committee. I refer you particularly to recommendation 78, which clearly stated that a national consultation must be done on the system, on the political system, on the electoral system that we should use moving forward as a nation. Yes, it has been argued. We've seen videos, we've had speeches of a conference that was held where they said, or the government said, we've consulted, and we've gotten to this conclusion that the people, they say an PR system they want. However, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, without repeating the debate of my honorable leader here, he made reference to two very important groups. The religious group, Inter-Religious Council, of which almost all of us believers belong to one dominion or another. They rejected it. The conscience keepers of this nation, the traditional leaders, paramount chiefs who are in this parliament represented, they said we don't want PR system. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, like I said, I don't want to repeat what the documents referred to by the leader, Honorable Daniel Koma. But in the position papers submitted to this House of Parliament, they said so clearly, they kicked against it. And I believe that these honorable paramount chief members of Parliament, here seated, who are representatives of the broader group of paramount chiefs, will do exactly what their colleagues sent them there to do. They will reject, like those outside, like their colleagues outside this world of Parliament did. They will reject. They are not occupying these seats just by themselves. They're occupying the seats on behalf of the other paramount chiefs. I appeal to you to use your consciences as the conscience keepers of this nation to do what is right. Remember, you will succeed governments. Some of you were paramount chiefs while APC was in power. Honorable Timbo, address me out. Forget about the paramount. I take the cue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I've heard a lot from the arguments here. I've heard the advantages profiled for the PR system. I will not talk about the advantages of the first past the post, but I'll deal with the advantages referred to by the Attorney General and the other members of Parliament of the PR system. First amongst them, they said female representation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I wish to state to this court that the PI system is not the only way to guarantee 30% representation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I asked them to go to an analogous system of ours. Go to Uganda and you'll see how they dealt with it. Apart from the general list of MPs, they created safe seats for women, including a proportion of 30%. If you're serious about that, you can do that. There are other countries too that are implementing similar systems. They called a lot of countries. They said there are so many more countries implementing the PI system, but they forgot to mention our neighbors. They forgot to mention the countries that we always refer to as best practices. Go to the Mano River Union countries, Guinea, Liberia. They do it first past the post. I said Mano River Union countries. Go to Ghana and tell me the system they're using. Go to Nigeria, tell me the system they're using. Go to Kenya, tell me the system they're using. Go to South Africa, tell me the system they're using. Go to the United Kingdom, system they're using. Go to the United States of America and tell me the system they're using. These are the countries we try to emulate. These are the countries we try to emulate. And they are using the first past the post system perfectly. And I would also wish to add, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it was stated by my colleagues on the other side that we have successfully used the PI system thrice. But let me hasten to say that it was President Bio who's the first person to use the PI system during peace times in this nation. The first time a PI system was used in this nation was in 1996, when it was totally impossible for us to delimit constituencies across the country. So we had one block. It matters not, Deputy Speaker. Matters not. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in 2002, when it was used again, the war was still prevalent, and it was very difficult for us to also do a PR system at the time.
In 2001? No, the law was amended in 2001.
Mr. Leader, let me explain. You know very well that you cannot delimit constituency 6 months or later before an election is conducted. You know that very well. Meaning, seats must have been delimited in 2001. So it's not a mistake on my side. So both times that the PI system was used in this country was during wartime. Congratulations to President Bio for using the system during peace times. Congratulations to President Bio for taking power away from the people. This is against the spirit for which some need to validate the delegation or self-determination and comes in the house. This is against the spirit for which Kwame Nkrumah fought for independence. Julius Nyerere, Kenneth Kaunda, Antonio Names, Sheku Ture, Leopold Sedar Senghor, Nelson Madiba Mandela, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all these people fought for the right of self-determination. Self-determination basically means the right to determine who represents me. The right to how I live my socio-economic life. Self-determination was the spirit for which our people fought for independence. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, here we are. We asking people to directly elect who represent them at State House.
I'm not going to have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we asking the people to elect.
I am not the one keeping the time.
Mr. Speaker, you give me 5 minutes. You know that's how it's done. You ask the people to directly elect who represents them at State House. But the one where they represent them locally, SO2, the members of parliament, the local council councillors, you say no, they don't have party for Puta. We reject that. Responsible reject the PR system. ABC reject the PR system. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have a lot more to say, but let me deal with the confusion created by my learned colleague and member of parliament. I wish you were here. We're engaging in this parliament.
Honorable Timbo, your time is up.
Is going to be short or direct to the point. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to extend again my gratitude and thanks to the AG and his deputy, and also to the committee, both APC and SLP, for tireless effort they put into this constitutional review. I know that they spent hours discussing this constitutional review. Today, I am going to say, Mr. AG, this constitutional review you brought to Parliament has a father and mother. SO2, not to girlfriend and boyfriend document. It has a father and mother. The father is the late president, Ahmed Jakaba. And the mother is former president, Ahmed by to get us a document that will move on. Today, we are in this way discussing this document. But one very important personality that I've had speaker after speaker have not been mentioned is the president, Julius Madam. He has the courage. He has the courage to look at these documents and say, today we are going to discuss this document. So either way you put it, it's a legacy for the president, Julius Madam. I got my hand. This document is a product of both the SLPP and the APC we are discussing today. I could clearly remember when this document was discussed during the time when we are in power. That is the Justice Tower. All what is in this document, minute part of this document was brought in outside Mr. Mr. Kawan white people. During that time, we deliberated at cabinet level. I was one of the 8 members of the 8 cabinet ministers that formed the presidential tax team to review the document. Upon all of the recommendations, the PR system was paramount among the recommendations. So today, I will say here boldly, the PR system is the idea of the people. It is the idea of the people. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this boldly. That Justin Kawan, when he held his annual meetings, people came out to speak on the PR system. You want PR system? You want PR system? It is in the report. It is in the they came out. I have witnessed to that. And there are people in this world today who are also witness. They were also witness.
Fellow members of Parliament,
the seamless transition we have got as members of Parliament, even recently, when we passed, the Honorable passed away. When he passed away from Comor, we came back. Peacefully. We go Allah Exotu. We go Allah Exotu. And the list is countless. The list is countless. From APC and from SNPP. But those days, you will have about elections. The government will spend over 2 billion to conduct this election. Confusion all over. Life lost, property gone. We'll see that. Aren't we happy? Aren't we happy? Aren't we happy? Is for us to revisit the threshold. I will want to recommend, Mr. Speaker. So instead of the 12%, let us bring it down to 5%. 5%. So everybody will be represented. So come next election, honestly, this parliament will be a rainbow parliament. I'm even going further to suggest
for sure that it's the people's choice. Honorable members and Mr. Speaker, the issue of dual citizenship is very important. Very important. From time memorial, we have been depending on support from members of the diaspora. They send their money to their family. They support APC and SLP during election day. Why are we, even a football match we have, we are calling on foreign-based players with what to come play for Sierra Leone. Ebo, in all rights. SO2 in all rights. Let us accept our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. Let us accept them so they can play their own part in the world. It can come with a caveat. You can say 1 year, or 2 years, or 3 years, or whatever time we want to finish. But the idea, let us accept You know, Mr. Speaker, I am going to church on the presidential threshold. And I want APC and SLP to listen to this. It's very important. As we go to the legislative committee, Mr. Speaker, I would like, Mr. Speaker, I would want to recommend that we go back and revisit this particular clause of the 51%, 50%, and this percentage. What will happen to know? I contested an election. I win. I failed to win the district percentage. Will you say, come back to tell me that I do not deserve to take power? It's chaos. It's chaos. It's chaos for the people. So, Mr. Eji, in the legislative committee, I want us to revisit. Committee said I want us to revisit that recommendation. Please. Bishops and nomination committee, they have already thrashed it. What's the point for us to have a chapter nomination committee? What's the point? We only need to sit down as MPs. We define consultation proper. We define consultation proper. Those are the powers of the president. And the powers of the president, part of it is lobby. It's only in this country that we think lobbying is a bad thing. But lobbying overseas is illegal. It's very illegal. You know, the beauty here is, I am a man that you cannot lobby with money. That is all of the reason. My pedigree in politics, my integrity in politics. That is all of the reason that you see. My pedigree in politics. My integrity in politics.
To represent the people. Without, I rest my case.
This house. Allow me to inspire Sierra Leone. Woman, oh woman, come on and go. Opportunity to thank the Attorney General and his team and all those who participated in this process, all those who worked tirelessly, nights, thinking, the Attorney General and his team, and all those who participated in this process, and all those who worked tirelessly, nights, thinking, bringing ideas, working on a document which will lead us to a future which is brighter and more interesting. The future which will take me to a level where I will stand and say yes I am a true citizen of Sierra Leone, in line with the very constitution which we are amending. Article 27 and 15 talk about fundamental human rights without discrimination. If the 1991 Constitution says we should not be discriminated against, and today some of us are saying no, we should discriminate implicitly, then we are not moving towards the right direction. The PR system, I'll start with Mr. Speaker. Section 74, subsection 1 of this amendment transitions us to the PR system. And this transition is taking women along. Taking the women along, giving more powers to a minority group, but holds majority when you count the number of people in Sierra Leone. We have more women in Sierra Leone. Not true? That's true. So if we have more women in Sierra Leone, then we should be given more powers. Not more than the men, but equal powers. And the PR system is the only system that can give us equal powers. This system translates our votes into representation, and quality representation for that matter. I said quality representation because your presence in Parliament as a woman is not only determined, or as a man, it's not only determined by your people. The political parties are given a power to decide as well. In past the post system, it is only your people that will decide whether you come to Parliament or not. And for me, that system does not give any power to the political parties. Really? But in the proportional representation system, you are assessed at all levels. For me, that is the biggest advantage. If it is designed properly by the political parties, they assess you like it was done for us, the SLPP in 2023. We are assessed at constituency level, voted for, most of us, assessed at district level, and assessed at national level by a professional team, an independent team. Is that not so, honorable members? And that is how it should operate. So the voices of your district people are heard, the voices of your national people, the political parties are heard, and the voices of the grassroots heard. In most cases, in 2023, I am an example because I went through an election and I was voted in, my vote was overwhelming, but that is not the district for access to me. So if you have a bad candidate, that candidate cannot pass through. Because after the grassroots elections, they are not to be accessed by people at the district level. So I represent Kuchao district, and I work within the district, not just my small village. So I'm not a village MP. I am a district MP. Before this time, first past the post will relegate you, and all your talents, all your good works relegated to just that small village. And you are king or queen there. Yes. You are not serving this nation properly because at district level, you are not serving. But with the PR system, you are part of that district. I am working with your district, with people, with young people, with women. All fine, they are there as witness. I was in Banga where my brother is honorable member, but he doesn't have a problem with that because I contribute to the development of Pujol as a whole. So why would I relegate myself to a post-post system where I'll just be in Potoru, just working in Potoru, my small system? So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, apart from the advantage that women have in post, advantage of inclusion, the advantage of diversity, the advantage of even youth joining us here in Parliament. The PR system increases, and we have seen evidence that it has increased the number of women and the quality of women that are here. If you look around, on both the APC and the SFPI, you see women of substance because they were graded and set. They didn't just come from the bush. They are educated. And through these assessments, we measure quality. The PR system, at every given time, has produced quality MPs in Parliament. Now, for the reduction of our financial burden as a country, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the AG explained to us, he gave us evidence from ECSL that the PR system is less expensive. So why can't we just abide like this and move on? Why can't we work towards reducing the financial burden on our nation? We saw from what he said, or we heard, that for just one MP to go through a by-election, an average of 2 million new loans is spent. That's 2 billion. Sorry. And then for a councillor, an average of 600 million is spent. And then for a council chair, a by-election for a council chair, he will spend 5.4 billion average. That's too much for us. Since we came to Parliament in 2023, we have lost 7 people through death. 7 people. Now, if a by-election, for example, is going to be done for all those people, how much will we spend? Do the calculation. Mr. Speaker, the PR system helps us to manage our votes. It gives a voice to everyone in every district. You can't stand alone in your district. Every party is represented here in Parliament. Every district in one or majority of districts are represented, unlike the outcomes of the first past the post system. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I said before, I represent Pujol district. And I'm sure it's a pleasure for Pujol people to have me serve them, not just my little village. That's right. Now for parties, one of the advantages of the PR system, and the advantages related to women. Currently in the parties, you have women falling down at the bottom of the list. We are happy that at least we have 30% quota now in the Gateway Act as prescribed in the Gateway Act and the other electoral acts. But we want more. So to women, we want more. We don't want more. So we want to have or see a system which alternates males and females rather than have like 2 males, 1 woman on the list through the super system. If we have 1 woman, 1 man, 1 woman, 1 man, 1 woman, 1 man, Africa. We even have safe constituencies. Constituencies where it's only women who can go for positions in parliament. We are not overdoing it. We are asking. You ask, you reach, you go for the sky, you fall on the mountain, no problem. Once we carefully ensure and make efforts that opinions of all parties are heard. Finally, I'm not done with my debate yet. Mr. Speaker, we would like to see more. If gender language in the bill is not seen, there is no gender language, Mr. Speaker. Everything in our constitution is he. We want to see a more gender-sensitive law, where you will say he or she, his or her, or he or she, his or her, him or her. So we want to see a gender-neutral language or gender-sensitive language in all our laws, Mr. Speaker. Because when you see he, you remember that it is still a male-dominated country. That the language used is more of he. So, Mr. Speaker, we want you to consider changing some of this language to make them gender-friendly. Now for the changes with regard to the 30% quota. As I said, we the women want more. We are happy that, inshallah, this provision, this 30% quota, will be entrenched in the amendment. But there is so much needed to support women financially. If we want to see women empowered, if we want to see more women in politics, we need to remove the financial barriers that are preventing women from going to politics, because men are more financially stable than women. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would like to mention some of the comments I have for the other sections in the Amendments Act. Section 32B, subsection 3, mentions the possibility to have a search committee. Most of my colleagues here have mentioned their views. I also think that the president should have some autonomy. The president should be able to choose the electoral commissioner in consultation as described, or as is going to be described after this, because a lot of us have mentioned the importance of describing what consultation brings and he must have that autonomy. And that's why we trusted him, or we trust the president to take decisions for us. The commissioners under section 32B, it is mentioned that they should only have first degree. If the chief electoral commissioner is requested to have a master's or a postgraduate degree, why shouldn't the commissioner have a postgraduate degree as well? Because he may eventually act for the electoral commissioner. So I would suggest that all commissioners have a postgraduate degree. That will inspire people to study. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my colleagues have mentioned issues around citizenship. I am not against inclusiveness and bringing fresh brains from abroad, because we all have children and family out, having children as well. But I beg this House to add clauses that will give them opportunity to spend time here in this country and see how the system works. Because in some offices, for example, you go, somebody is just coming from abroad, he or she doesn't understand a thing about the system. And it's been heart-rending to see those people leading teams, you know, and when they are leading teams, they have a lot of problems because they don't understand the systems here. So we would like to see where people come, spend some time here with us, we all move at the same pace, and then they can be given leadership positions. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, regarding the section 76 of section 2, which refers to the qualifications for MPs to be elected, and those things that disqualify them, I think we should add drug-related offenses. If you are dealing with drugs, then you are worse than a murderer, because you are killing youth. You are destabilizing the whole system. So if a murderer is not allowed to vie for the position, then a drug seller or a drug convict should not in any way come here, or else they will make Parliament a drug center. So I would like that to be added, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me touch on section 52, subsection 1, which talks about the vacancy of, you know, the president. I must say that on the very day of election, like my colleagues have said before, the very day of winning, His Excellency or Her Excellency should start working. We cannot afford to have a day passing without a head of state in place. So I support that aspect. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would like to thank you again for all the support we have heard in understanding what this amendment is all about. A lot of consultation was done. Some of us can attest to it because we are following up with teams that we are working. I don't think there was an issue of consultation. When you see the number of position papers that have been received, you know that people have been consulted. So we are happy that we are here today and the public is aware of what is happening. It all depends on us now to be reasonable and think seriously. Let us not think as a political party anymore in this room. Exactly. If we think as a political party, we are going to lose it. Because the controversial issues in this bill hinge on our very democracy and our life. We may not want our children to ask us questions regarding the PR system that will embarrass us. First of all, we started on a good note. I shouted out for the women of the APC and the women of the SLPP to stand.
APC, did you stand?
But the women of the APC don't feel threatened or intimidated. If you do not stand, it means you do not support the very essence of being a woman. as a woman, please stand up. You're not supposed to. And a man, if you know you support the TRS, please stand up. If you support women, women's empowerment, please stand up. If you support women's empowerment, honorable members, we would like to show us that they are thinking beyond our practice. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, allow us to further inspire our police. All across the nation, all around the world, men are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, monsters stay behind. Side by side, we shooting bullets. So sing a song of women everywhere. Ladies sing around the world, and men so sing a song.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mariam Zombo. Honorable Aminata Sisi.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as introduced, my name is Honorable Aminata Sisi, representing the Port Loko district. As I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, you'll be glad to hear that I survived a horrible accident on my way here yesterday after an engagement with my people in Port Loko. And this engagement, as always, the discussion has predominantly around women representation. It is very disappointing from this side of the parliament, listening to our colleagues on the other side, painting the PR as the king that brought women to parliament. I want to make this place clear. I want to make this place clear by stating that without the QE Act, how could the PR have brought women to the parliament? So if you ask me, I think we should have been giving kudos to the QE Act. But again, these were the same people that were in this parliament when the QE Act was passed, most of them. The question is, if you so care about women, why did you not give them a safe seat so they didn't even have to fight? Again and again, we hear from the senior women in this parliament telling us how much they had to lobby the men just to get 30%. If it was that easy, and this side of the aisle is asking on the other side, if you were so happy to have women in parliament, why didn't you just give us a safe seat?
Exactly.
It would have been easier. That way, the president and his government would have demonstrated love for women. But let's go to the bill and see. As stated on the bill, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it says that the women, I'm a woman, I like to say, but let me also correct the fact that I didn't just come here because of the PR. As much as I'm part of the district bloc, I'm also very much tied to constituency 074, which has been predominantly a male constituency. But I won that seat because of my hard work. I was coming to parliament, and I've said this before, I was already serving my people. And my uncle over there, the Honorable Al-Fakan, can testify. He's from Port Loko, and I've invited him in engagements where I've including the opening of a CHO that I made in Kontawala. At that time, I was nobody. I was not into politics as I am today. But I did that for my people. But according to my chairman of the legislative, it clearly states the roles of members of parliament. That development, as far as the SFPP is concerned, is not part of the role of an MP. You need to educate your people about this. I want to make it clear that development is part of our work. Whether we do it directly or we facilitate development, but let me go to the main function that you described, which is the representative. If we are truly representative, Mr. Speaker, why is the Attorney General standing in front of us and telling us the PR is permanent? Despite the consultations that we've done and the outcome of those consultations. If the Attorney General has a mindset of having the PR, why were the consultations done? Does this mean you already have an outcome and what you want? And we see that playing here today. We just see a landed colleague, a respected landed colleague, misleading the public about the meaning of subsection 108, which fortunately the Honorable Acceptable was going to explain to the public and make it clear, but it was stopped in its tracks. As I said earlier, without the QB Act, the PR could not have got more women. So as a result, we, the women on this side, are saying, despite the electoral system use, the 30% requested by QB as a minimum should be protected, whether it's possible to expire. And so the debate should be focusing on how do we secure this situation in one of their lives. And the narrative to paint that all women are economically disadvantaged compared to the men is also not 100% true. We have women in this parliament that economically they are stronger than men. And most of them have done a lot more development in their constituencies than the men. You know, so it's very clear. The argument that, unless we have the PR, we will not have added women, I think it's a deliberate attempt to deceive the public out there. And I think they should refrain from doing so. Am I protected? Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. No, Mr. Speaker, point of order. Irrespective of the eye, irrespective of the eye, I remember when the Nigerian was speaking on this side. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. So women, let us perfect the forum for women. Perfect. By all.
Professional representative. As mentioned by the previous speakers, on all the two occasions where we've used the PR system, there was reason to. The question is, what is the reason to use the PR this time? If you're talking about the boundary delimitations, I think the government has deliberately delayed this together with the census to bring up this argument. We're not in war, we're in peace as a country. Our people were ready for the census to be carried out. What was the excuse for it not being done in 2025? Why was it delayed till now? And even as I speak, Mr. Speaker, it's still been delayed as a deliberate effort by this government to ensure we don't have the delimitations as it should be. So I think what they should be telling the public here is that despite all of your papers being submitted, Despite all of the consultations we did, we have resolved on PR. I think that is what you should be advocating, because that is what we're seeing. Even the attitudes in this parliament today is telling us they have agreed on PR prior to coming here. All of the debates, all of the engagements we've been on as a woman, the way they've sold the professional representative to us is to say it's for you women. I want to stand out and say whether it was first past the post or the PR, I would have still come to parliament. And I'm saying so boldly based on my performance and knowing how much I'm working for my party, not because I'm a woman. So if as a woman all you've been looking forward to doing is because of the PR, forgetting that it's the GUI Act that actually requested this 30%, then you're making a mistake. We talk about 53, the 50 plus. Now, according to the Attorney General, none of this is new. It's all been drawn from the TRC and the tripartite recommendation. But we'll agree that what is on the tripartite recommendation is not what we're seeing in this bill. The tripartite recommended 25% in half of the districts, while they've gone ahead and said 20% in 3/4, knowing fully well that is almost unachievable by both parties. And you're painting the idea of independent candidates when you know very well the PR system has deprived people from coming independently to this parliament. So you're contradicting yourself and you're confusing the public and myself here. If you are so passionate about women, like I said earlier, why were the safe seats not created? If you are so confident in wanting to see and wanting independence and inclusion, why are we using the PI system that is going to exclude smaller parties? The two is a mismatch. So I think you are not only deceiving the public, but you're deceiving us now in this house, assuming that these mistakes are not going to be picked on. For me, for our side here, as much as we want the inclusion, the risk of having independent candidates like Umaru Sharif in this country is great. We've seen the Sierra Leone passports being given to drug lords in this country. What is to say they will end up standing as a presidential candidate someday? Why are they advocating for the extra inclusion? Why are they talking about Tutsi? What about the risk of Umaru Sharif that is carrying a Sierra Leone passport? What if he had up on the ballot box as a president here tomorrow? What do you do? As lawmakers, it has been stated, let's not make the law to suit us today. We have to make the law to stand the test of times. And I think, as we sit here today listening to debates upon debates, you can see clearly everybody is talking from, again, of this present government, but not as a national. At national level, they've made it very clear. Examples are numerous that they do not want the PI system. And as a representative from Port Loko, I'm going to re-echo this again, that our people in Port Loko are saying they do not want the PI system. They prefer the first past the post for reasons that are very clear to all of us here. They want to be able to connect with their representatives. They want to be able to have access to their representatives. It is hard even within constituencies as MPs from our salary to hold offices within our constituencies, let alone trying to hold an office at a district level. It is impossible for our people from the rural area to reach us. Again and again around Port Loko today, people are very confused as to who is their MP. It doesn't matter how many times you tell them we're district representative, they still ask, who is my MP? The reason for that is because when they went to that ballot box, they had someone in mind. They knew who they were voting for. But due to the PI system giving so much power to the political parties, we see most of those people were not able to come come back to Parliament. I applaud my chairman on the Legislative Committee. He's one of the most upright MPs that I can give credit to in this Parliament. But how safe is it coming back 2028? I am not sure. That would depend on his political camp. If you're mad, then you're safe. If you're not, then you got a lot to worry about right now. I went to Longley 2 days ago, and one young man said to me, "Oh, Madam MP, I'm from Longley, and I've been supporting Tawa throughout his career, the Honorable Tawa." He said, but when I had to see him on TV talking about oath and Bibi McBee, that's the day I gave up my support career. Honorable Tawa, you were one of the reputable MPs in this Parliament. I gave up my support career. Honorable Tawa, you were one of the reputable MPs in this Parliament. And if I'm standing here today,
Waterloo is a growing urban centre in Sierra Leone's Western Area Rural District, lies approximately 20 miles east of Freetown. As the administrative capital of the district, it stands as the second largest city in the region, shaped by rapid population growth and its proximity to the nation's capital. Once a modest settlement, Waterloo has steadily expanded into a key part of the Greater Freetown metropolitan area. Census figures placed its population at just over 34,000 in 2004, with estimates exceeding 55,000 by 2015, numbers that continue to rise. Yet, beneath this growth lies a mounting concern. Across communities stretching from Tumbo to Camp Junction and as far as Magbampo, residents speak of a justice system under strain, where access to courts remain limited and the demand for legal redress far outpaces available infrastructure.
Well, I want to get for now. Okay. And right now, Matarone develop for no one court. If this now we get any.
Fellow Sierra Leoneans, it's my singular honor.
Let me assure you, your seats are going to be safe as long as you walk and you live. So on that note, on this side, we don't want to just rely on the PR. We want women to go and serve. And if you serve diligently, be sure that you'll be re-elected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
expressive. Do it yourself, don't waste time. I style my hair, my
fellow Sierra Leonean.
As mama, I always want waiting best.
That I feel accomplished. I'm a very successful woman. Mr. Speaker, I say so because I am my father's daughter. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, for a woman to be educated, married, with 3 beautiful children, and Mr. Speaker, I didn't only birth my children, I brought them up, and I educated them. And Mr. Speaker, the reason I bring this up is because I was educated and brought up by my father, who was a member of parliament in this very well. The late Honorable M.F. Kalon of blessed memory. Mr. Speaker, when you were brought up by a father who believes in girls' education and women's empowerment, you become one of the most carefully educated and successful women in the country. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I am the only daughter of a politician, from a member of parliament, who succeeded the father in the same constituency. For now, in the history of Sierra Leone, my father was a member of parliament, a 2-time member of parliament in 007 by then, and I am a 2-time member of parliament in 008 now. In the history of Sierra Leone, my father was a member of parliament, a 2-time member of parliament in 007 by then, and I'm a 2-time member of parliament in 008 now. Left our women back in the future. And Mr. Speaker, I am not here in this parliament to be a circle. I was here, I came here, I was asked to come to be part of the change, to make a change. And if I cannot be part of that change, then I am a failure, Mr. Speaker. I have been looking for an opportunity to go down in history. And here we are today, with the greatest opportunity to be a part of amending our constitution. Mr. Speaker, you cannot underestimate the power of a woman. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I hear my colleagues speak, and I was sitting here saying to myself, my honorable colleague from Port Local, you have no idea what we went through in 2018 to be here. You have no idea. Mr. Speaker, I contested against a male former member of parliament who contested for the APC, Honorable Robin Falley. And I contested against an independent candidate. And Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want any other woman to go through that. No other woman should go through that. Mr. Speaker, if I didn't have the support of my husband, constituencies to be here, I cannot calculate. Politics became extremely expensive. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I am the first woman ever to win that seat. And there is a saying in my constituency, they say woman talk not a crow. SO2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I not only pro to win that seat. And there is a saying in my constituency. They say woman not a crow. went through, the point. I have gone through first past the post, and I've gone through PR system. And I can tell you that I wouldn't wish the worst on any enemy by putting them through first past the post. Because we know what we went through. Mr. Speaker, as a woman, during my election, I was attacked, I was intimidated over the radio, insulted, and all the rest. I went through it. But why do we want to put our women through what is not acceptable in this country? Why do we want, just because I went through it, why would I want another woman to go through the same thing? I have a responsibility to ensure that women don't go through what I went through. I have a responsibility to be the Savior, to be the Jesus, to die on the cross for other women. I have an opportunity to ensure that I look after the women of Sierra Leone. And this is the opportunity this bill is giving us, Mr. Speaker. If you follow party lines and say you will not look, I am surprised that most women are here because of PR. Mr. Speaker, when our honorable leader was speaking, he spoke about the PRO making sure that our grassroots are left behind. On both sides of this world, we have women who were never in politics. They are housewives, they are businesswomen, and if you were to ask them today to debate, they will not debate. But they are here because the grassroots wanted them. They are here because PRO made them to be here. So we are not just looking for educated people. So we are not just looking for educated people, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. When we wanted to pass the Jury bill, the Jury Act that my colleague referred to, Mr. Speaker, we that were here knew what we went through. And as of today, Mr. Speaker, Liberia came to understudy how we did it. Nigeria, as many as they are, only have 4% of women in their parliament. Gambia came to understudy what we did right. And as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, I have an appointment that we have booked to the Director General of this Parliament for the UK Parliament to come and understudy Sierra Leone. In October, there will be a 6 delegation will be here to understudy how we did it to have more women in Parliament. That tells you we've made so much gains as a country, as a nation. Why do we want to lose that game? We are here today. We have the willpower. We have the political willpower. So encourage women to be here. What happens if somebody comes tomorrow and does not believe in that? We go back to zero. We don't want to go back. We want to continue making the change that we need to make. We want to continue growing as a nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my colleagues talk about why we did not have a safe seat for women. It had constitutional implications. And so what we did, we changed the limitation of the word safe seat. That's what we changed.
Yes, we are.
That's what we changed. It was in the bill. We changed the limitation of that. And that's why we had every 2 men, there should be a woman. We played with the word in this parliament. She wasn't here, so she wouldn't know. We played with those words. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. We have fought a hard fight. We have come a long way. The journey has been long. I promise you on the other side, we refuse to let you make us go back. We'll continue to march forward, Mr. Speaker. As a nation, we refuse to go back. No political journey. Your political parties will not make us go back as a nation.
dare to come to Parliament. Women, our children, our young girls in university who want to be politicians and be like Honorable Wiyata and stand in the world to be best to speak. We are discouraging them. You know why? Every time I go to my constituency and I'm looking for a successor, they will say to me, Honorable Wiyata, wait till we don't see that you do so. The kind of people they only see they do so. SO2, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be a politician. Because they are seeing us go through the hassle of maintaining power by pleasing our people, just like my colleague said, doing things that we don't have. And my honorable colleague is saying that as long as you are working for the people, you should be able to come back here. The very people you work for will be the very people that will not vote for you. And you don't understand. You know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you will not understand. And that makes me feel that my honorable colleague doesn't know the roles of a member of Parliament. Three roles as members of Parliament. Our roles are very simple, three. And she's saying, SLPP is saying we should not be taking development to our people. By all means, do your development. But your roles are only three. The rest are additional that you want to do because you are a good leader. But Mr. Speaker, I want my colleague to go back and show the roles of a member of Parliament. You know, when you make your way to this Parliament, it's always good to start learning your standing order and your constitution. It goes a long way. When you come to this home, you are less informed. This is what we did when we came in the fifth Parliament. We sat down and we carefully studied. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me go to something that is very dear to me. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the entitlements for diasporas to be voted in as members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a very sad personal story. I came to Parliament after renouncing my citizenship. Mr. Speaker, people didn't leave this country or people don't go out of this country because they want to go. Some of us left during the war. When you go out of this country, you have to make ends meet. I was responsible for my whole generation that I left behind. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, while I was there with my husband, at some point we decided to buy our first mortgage. Mr. Speaker, I was not allowed to have a mortgage if you just have indefinite leave. You have to have a British book for you to be able to buy a house at that time. 2003. I came to be the first female member of Parliament in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, because of the nature of 008, the way the politics works, I had to renounce my documents. And even when I went to renounce, Mr. Speaker, when I came with my documents, somebody that have lived in the UK, Honorable Robin Farley, took it to be checked and run it through the system of the British Embassy. So check if indeed it was an authentic document. They did that because it petitioned me. They had to check it through the system. Only then was he satisfied that indeed I renounced. What has that done for me since, Mr. Speaker? When I travel, instead of going through the British lane, I go through all of the citizen passport. Number one. for visa. Why am I being punished for making life and looking after my generation that was here? Why was I being punished for ensuring I establish myself in the UK? And Mr. Speaker, when I hear my lady calling from Podoko saying that Tusim will not pass, I bet you I have checked your passport the last time you traveled here to Tusim. Something that my youngest daughter said to me She's 17. The last time we traveled together, she said to me, Mom, you don't have to go through the all other citizens like me. Come with me, Mom. I'll use my passport for you to go through. And I stood there and I thought to myself, was my decision worth it? Today, Mr. Speaker, I said to you, I am very proud that I renounced. Else I wouldn't have been part of what we are doing today. I wouldn't have been part of what we are doing today. And Mr. Speaker, we'll be expanding. We'll be expanding on the development. Not only development, but the experience that diasporas will bring to the nation. Everybody looks for greener pasture. And when you do, and you feel it's time to come home, you should not be judged. You should not be discriminated against. You should be able to come home and start. There is not our home. This is our home. And we want to come home. People want to come home. And they want to serve. They should be given the opportunity to serve. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I sat and I thought, what can we do as women of this nation? After everything we've gone through, be you diaspora. And Mr. Speaker, when they speak about diaspora, people think it's just UK and America and Germany. It was interesting that I was with somebody yesterday when we were in a meeting in my house, and somebody said diaspora can be Liberia and Guinea. People don't think of it that way. That even Guinea, you can be a diaspora. Liberia, you can be a diaspora. If we start to check the level of diaspora in this building, they are more than the homeless. But we are all here serving our nation, Mr. President. And so therefore, we cannot miss this opportunity to ensure that we do this. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage every woman in this world representing Sierra Leonean women to support the PRO system, because it is only through that we are going to maintain the gains that we made. It is only through that, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to continue to have the eloquent women in this world representing Sierra Leone and making us proud. Mr. Speaker, when I share my performances on the international level, my brother was alive when I went to South Africa last week, and they asked me to chair a meeting, a program with Nigeria and the others. Mr. Speaker, when I presented on behalf of Sierra Leone, you would have been proud. And I still have the video. Mr. Speaker, you'll be proud. I have received an email thanking me for my performance. You know why, Mr. Speaker? I don't read. I debate. I don't read. And when it's time to study, I study well. Because I'm carefully educated, Mr. Speaker.
political questions. Were there great women in Sierra Leone before the Jewel Bill? Has this parliament produced great women and transformed them to greater heights before the Jewel? Even the one who fought self-view left as a cooking woman and entered this field of parliament. Today she is transformed and she is one of the most renowned women in West Africa. That was not the Jewel Bill. That was Sierra Leone empowering women. Again, we have the leader of the opposition in this parliament, who was a woman even before the Jewel Bill. We had the first independent candidate women from Cairo before the Jewel Bill. Lula Tunga, please stand up and let the people see you. That was a great woman who fought for herself. We had the first woman from Kono without the Jewel Bill. I wish students would take notes and conclude. This is an opportunity to study. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'll give you critical examples of how the PR system has deprived women of 30%. A critical example is that of Farabadi State. Had it been a quota system or a conspiracy quota system, there would have been no reason why Faraba would not return a woman. But in a space where people thought it was only the PR and numbers were done, Farabadi State is without a woman. After this debate, after the woman who just debated, she has given people who believe we should not empower women more reasons for this. Men will debate and they will not drag themselves. It was not a honorable thing to do. I hope after this debate you engage your fellow woman and have a way to settle it. That was very important. 30% and a constituency base. Let me tell you, when you leave definite constituencies as we want it on the first part of the post, what it will give. When we talk about empowering women, we are not saying empower women who are already empowered. Go talk about political parties. Those who are women who were cooking 20 years ago are still in the kitchen. She came before the PR. She came in 2005. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I agree. And she sustained that even without the PR. That is a strong woman. I am saying, even without the PR, we have strong women. And I mentioned that. Do you know what it means to fight in Kaboro and the lower part of Moyambo district? If you have a 30% in the constituency base where you have safe seats, it means women who have worked in those communities, the nurses, the midwives, the teachers, people who have served their communities, who have a way of community paying them back, and not these so-called swear women all over the place. Not the influential women who can be just positioned by party. We want the actual grassroots women who are cooking, who are part of party structures. Where are they? I can only count 2 of them. The rest, some after 20, I never do their constituencies. They go and see more. SO2. That is not what we wanted. I'm not shouting. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, bring us back our constituency base and create the safe seat of 30% where women will compete with women. Let the best of women win. I can remember Honorable Adam Yata struggling at IMAT, grafting, doing, in the midst of men, gallant men.
women, as intelligent and as beautiful as she is, she won the silver. Even at the just concluded lower level election, all our women are comfortably seated on the head of men who they struggle. That is what we want for our women. You know, Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, another member from Bond was crying. A woman who don't go for the lower level election, SO2, and they don't go push it, and spend the money in London. Pass on them from the China for the member. Article 10 of the SFPP Constitution exposed the hypocrisy of what we're doing today. That Constitution talks about a constituency-based party structure. Why not amend the SFPP Constitution? It is there, Article 10. It is clearly stated. In my constituency, the SFP chairman is Boy Jalo. It shows the SFP has a constituency where I am coming from. If your party is run on constituency basis, why are you so hypocrite to say we must not have MPs based on constituencies? All of you were awarded, you went through primaries, you won the primaries before you came to the listing. That was a constituency system. Why are you afraid to face your people? Why are you afraid to face your people? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, out of selfishness, most MPs will tell you I prefer the PR system. Because the people who voted for Tawa in 2018, he has so disappointed them that if they give them the opportunity now, they'll vote him out. I wish the honorable Mario Conte was here. If anybody expected more from Mario Conte, you are disappointing me. My uncle, who was his father, survived in the PR system. In Kambia District. No, I am not. I am only stating facts. Mr. Speaker, my brother again survived through the PR system. What do you expect from him? Just about the PR. He's a beneficiary from father to son. And even the Holy Spirit will also benefit from him. Mr. Speaker, he is my brother. So I know the story better. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about chat and nomination committee, we all agree in Sierra Leone that from 1996 to date, we are having problems with consultation. And therefore, because it is broken, that is why we wanted to fix it. Oh my God, I enjoy the quietness in the room. There is a broken problem, and we want to fix the broken problem. We want to say, Mr. President, for fairness of the elections, for us to have a situation where everybody will accept the result, for us to have a situation where the international community will so graciously celebrate our elections. Are you not ashamed of the past election results? Are you not ashamed that the world rejected us? And it's because we had that problem that we wanted to fix. And it's graciously, Mr. Attorney General, I have had one-on-one discussions with you. I know if you're not the Attorney General, you want a situation where there will be fairness. You want a situation where institutions will nominate their representatives. You want a situation where you have a chat and nomination committees. But I know your hands are tied. A fine gentleman whose hands are tied. You know, I have had people say the PR does not allow the wastage of votes. And you're still advocating for the 50.1. Give me time to explain this. If you have 50.1 plus 1, and the opponent is having 49.999, so you are having 49.999 votes wasted. respect, I will not disappoint you. 50 points plus 1 does not assure acceptable legitimacy by the president. 50 plus 1 does not assure a situation where we will come together as a nation. We all talked about, the level of hypocrisy in this house this afternoon is so high. People change the goalposts. You're saying for national cohesion, we need a PR system. We don't want to waste votes. We don't want to lose. But again, you come to say, no, I shortcut. 50 plus 1. It's not fair. Chairman of and that is why I'm preaching the truth. We have a situation in which we talk about, if you conduct by election, it's expensive. Do you know what is expensive? It is more expensive when you bring people to this house who don't know what they're supposed to do. When you have a parliamentarian, when you have a bad representative. But let me say this. I will give you an example in this house where people are clustered in constituencies. And even though they say it's a PR system, they fight for prominence in those constituencies. The honorable members from Ribi, Honorable Ben, and the honorable lady from Umupine, always they struggle in the same constituency. In Kambia district, the honorable Sheridan and the honorable Aminata, they struggle. Talabara is the same. In Bambari is the same. In Tokoni is the same. In Malaka is the same. But there is something interesting. I am listening to the debate, Mr. Speaker, and I will not say this loudly. When I listen to the members of parliament representing constituencies and districts in the south and east, they have purported this afternoon that all the violence that have happened during elections is happening in their own areas. Exactly. None of us have complained about violence in our areas. They have complained on the violence. Mr. Speaker, even when there was PR in 2023, our office in Bo was burnt down. Even when there was no PR, internal elections of the SFPP, the house was burnt in 1991. Internal elections in Gambia, others were chased with majesties. Violence is not a means determined by election system, but it's a system determined by individual conduct. You know why I would not say anything about this to say? Because the hypocrisy is too much. Members of parliament seated here who are afraid to compete with people who have worked in those constituencies where they claim to be members of parliament. They say no, and it will seem like we know for ministers then. If you are sincere, join us in the APC and let's have the Tutsi even for members of parliament. You see how quiet that side is? It exposes the hypocrisy in what they say and what they want. We want to have a system where if we are opening up, let's open up everything. Let's open up. For us in the APC, we have a 6th region, which is the diaspora region. We've accommodated them in our party. And we believe the outcome must have space. Forget about the clause. Forget about the protection. Forget about the provision. Let us open the space. Forget about the protection. Forget about the provision. Let us open the space. They are our brothers. For me, I have always held the opinion that when somebody leaves, when I was doing basic and social studies, I was told people move because of what? Survival. Those migrations are not voluntary. From your account I know it is for survival. So why do you want to deprive them because they were fighting for survival? In a country where we can cannot provide for ourselves. If we are sincere, let's open up the blankets. Mr. Speaker, let us open the blankets. Let us allow Tusim to come. I am on record, and I stand for this, that we must open the veil and allow our brothers in diaspora to come. You know, another level of hypocrisy I sense this afternoon. I hope the Honorable Ponkala was here, my in-law. He said, they inherited, oh yes, I have 3 kids from Kailaon. Their mother. So I understand what the PR means. You know, when I also had members of parliament, saying, with the PR, it assures us of having seats in every region. Without the PR, the APC, between 1996 to date, have had members of parliament in every region. In the south, we had Americano for 3 complete terms. In the east, we have Sataniba in Kailaon. We have from Kono up to 8 members of parliament in the east. The SFPP has been able to get members of parliament in Gambia, even with the first past the post. I am sure, even as we sit today, if you give Honorable Abakan a symbol in Puloko, he will do well. Honorable Shaif Kamankoka won in Aberdeen. Tawan won in Longley. What is your problem? Under the first past the post, national cohesion is assured. I can tell you, even under the first past the post, because we cannot win from Kenema, but we have a member of parliament in Western area who is from Kenema. Exactly. Is that not a better national cohesion? Yes, it is. Let's say this again. You talk about national cohesion. You know, we can have laws where we say, for national cohesion, any political party must ensure they have MPs from every region, even if it's in Western area. But I can tell you, under the last system, we had all the tribes in this house. But as we speak today, your brothers, the yellow guys, are vehemently absent. They were here doing the first past the post. But today, they are not here. Diversity. I speak about diversity. A man who cannot drive to his place because the road is bad has the determination to speak in this house. He said he was the deputy to finance, and why they were going now. Is that not enough to tell you that consultation was more inclusive, more nationalistic? The APC accommodated the SRP. How beautiful it is when brethren stay together. But you went around with a consultation, Mr. Anthony General, where even the paramount chiefs said, no, people don't want this. CCSL tell you no one this. Today I'll tell you, even those paramount chiefs who are in this world, we remain quiet so they will not go against their position. I am not sure, but I know they are agile. Every government in power, therefore I will not determine their votes. But I know none of them will speak against their position as paramount chiefs. And their position is sacred. They are men of tradition. And they uphold whatever they agree. Therefore, they will not speak. But I'll tell you for free, in 2018, when I was vying for the APC symbol, our party will consult even the paramount chiefs. You know why? It's not because they are APC. The parties want a grassroots, they want a quality representation that reflects the people in those areas. Today, you've taken the powers from the gave Simon in constituency 007. That was not the choice of the people. They voted to come to this house. That is the choice of the people. An independent candidate. When the people of Ghana, were not satisfied with the candidates you gave me, they voted New Lutonge to come to this house. That is the power of the people. They voted Shaka Samai Pujo. That is the power of the people. When ABC gave Simon to the people in Gambia, when the people were not satisfied, they voted NGC. Power of the people. Why not in Kono? You foresee the only opportunity Emerson had to come to this world. Let us give the people their choice of making. Mr. Speaker, one of the advantages in the constituency base, the people have the right to check your integrity before they vote for you. They could have a vote for that. They don't need to. Let us give the people their choice of making. Mr. Speaker, one of the advantages in the constituency base, the people have the right to check your integrity before they vote for you. They could have a vote for that. System, the people don't have that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I know how you feel good every day you vote for one. You know why? Because you have a constituency. For members of parliament who are celebrating a PR system, oh, if you came to this parliament without a constituency, you have been deprived. I know how honored I am when I associate myself with a constituency. A poor young man who Lobus went to a gift symbol, and everybody was out in the streets. They said, no, he's poor, no, he doesn't have anything. But we believe in what he's telling us. He can make a good representation. That could only be achieved in a constituency base. In the PR system, you'll be awarded a symbol by how connected you are. I have passed that level where I need to be recognized. I am already recognized as a national character. Therefore, the PR will favor me. But what will happen to the young boys who have potential to be better than I am today? We are as poor as possible. Honorable Abdulkader was the least in Lunge of those who were listed to go on the symbol. People study and today look at this that from young people. So this had it been a PR system, the lawyer Koma would have been referred to Abdulkader. Thank you, sir. But wicked men and women seated in this house, depriving their own children from their own very future as celebrating the PR system. You know, I spoke to Timo one of these days, and he said something to me. He said, even if I don't win, I have a constituency that will follow me. That is at the government. I went to the committee of water resources to Jandama. We went to Firo. The people were telling us, are you members of parliament? And we said yes. Before the meeting could even start, they said, Pass will call to this first. At least they said, oh, hold me to the people associate with their MPs. The Honorable Speaker Tunis. That is not telling you. The people want somebody they can identify with. When I go to that place in Zimi and they tell me, this is Honorable Tunis' place, even myself, I was a bit careful of what I was doing. Because I know it's a constituency of a senior member of parliament. I did not mean those people do not have an identity in a person. Mr. Speaker, that would have been disastrous. Let us allow our people to have constituency. Even the Honorable Mumbai that was debating, I went to our constituency, Madam Enzomo, I went to our constituency, and she bought solar light for me, for the people she is denying today. 4 solar lights. These are the guy from the constituency. Don't you have a constituency? Mr. Speaker, they don't buy solar light for me to go to Ujao as a district. They will go to their very areas. They know it's their constituency. I know many of the honorable members will not speak. And I know they are tied by party discipline looking at their chairman. I know they will not support the first past post and a conspiracy base. But deep down their hearts, Yusuf Makwe would love to come to both Central and stand and say, this is my place. Mr. Speaker, if MPs who have constituencies could not walk through their constituencies, let alone a district. Mr. Speaker, to run an independent race in a PR system requires me to go through the entire Gambia district. So my opinion, if I mistake to differ with my party today, that's the end of my political career. So you also understand why members of parliament here will not have their view as paramount as they are. Not like my Bango who has said goodbye and who told me today that his last debate. And that is why somebody is saying in this day, but I will not say that publicly. Mr. Speaker, I know I have little time. And today we are making history. You will not shout about it. No, I will not shout about it. We are making history in the midst of the gallery. Members of Parliament. I know, when I sit here, the Honorable Advocate is looking at me and he wishes he would have been in the beach today playing. Unfortunately, you are not. You are not in 1991. You will not be again in this amendment. And he's one of the proponents of the PR system. I remember just after the election, and he told us, he desires to be in this world. Well, he has a constituency, and he will fight for that. I know members of parliament who are in the leadership bench on both sides, but most on that side. After going towards Kenny and that part, they will not win an ordinary elections. I know that. Welcome to somebody from Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, lobbying is good. But when a member of parliament says I am a businessman, everybody knows what that means. What is wrong? What is wrong now? What is wrong is the insincerity we continue to do to our people. Let me echo this again. If Article 10 of your party talks about a conspiracy base, but you have the guts, the courage to come to the public and say, no, not for the PR system. Women. I know women who came here doing the first past the post. They were better debaters because they were assessed within their parties. We were given equal platform to struggle. So what about if you give them just a constituency? Say, yeah, all you money, we have the GW bill already. And even before the GW bill, I am too proud to say I am APC, and the APC enacted on the 7th March 2022 Constitution, the 30% even before we passed it into law. And the beauty of that law is, it came on March 7th, which is my birthday, and on March 8th, which is Women's Day, the APC gave the women of Sierra Leone a gift. I know the honorable leader from Kenya does not want me to say this.
Honorable your time is up. Honorable Basiru Silike.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, will remain in history as the 6th Parliament for passing into law progressive laws, especially this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Speaker before me, when he was speaking, I was looking at the leaders of the APC. They were nodding their head, knowing exactly who that person is. I know, we all know, he brought a lot of disrespect to us. My colleague leaders wanted to interject. I told them, that's the honorable from Cambia. Even the leaders of the APC know exactly who the honorable from Cambia is. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am a third-term parliamentarian. I have contested 2 fast post elections and 1 PR election. So for some of us who have been in this parliament third-term, whose leaders are here, will not oppose it, will oppose the PR. But I know some MPs will not back in this way again. On that side, I know for sure. Mr. Speaker, I've told you this is my third term. It's an opportunity for me to have served third term. I went unopposed. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament from that side, we have just concluded the local elections, and you know your positions. You know your positions. The only law that will help you will be the PR. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, long before now we have been practicing PR. Long before now. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me educate you. Election lists are prepared by political parties and not by constituents. The public elections start 2012 and 2022. It states that political parties should present lists to National Electoral Commission and not constituents. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in 2012, 2018, party list of the All People's Congress we are prepared at state launch. The other members in the party list, very good members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Before now, you were mentioning members of Parliament who were here. I can remember the likes of Honorable Aru, Honorable Kello, Honorable Fofana. These were good MPs, very good MPs. But because of the pressure from our constituents, because of the feelings our people have, because of the jobs that what we are supposed to do, they were not opportune to come to this parliament. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us be sincere, we are making laws. Let us look at the turnover rates when we practice PR and constituency base. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, 2002, the turnover rate was extremely very low in this parliament. 2007, when we went into first past the post, the turnover rate of this parliament was 90%. In 2012, when we came to this parliament, the turnover rate was 84%. In 2018, the turnover rate was more than 75%. In 2023, the turnover rate is less than 30%. So, Mr. Speaker, the PR gives an opportunity for parties to decide. Mr. Speaker, well, we should allow leaders to lead. Today, I can feel how embarrassed the leaders of the APC are. I feel how embarrassed they are. Today, I can feel how embarrassed the leaders of the APC be embarrassed by their voice. They are still embarrassed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are okay. I am, at this point, I pity the likes of Dr. Richard Conte, who led the discussion, this conversation. The Honorable Timo, I never call him. If you are persons chosen from the APC now to represent them in legislative government, they arrive at decisions. They presented their decisions to their party. The party accepted just for the boys to embarrass them. You have leaders, but you don't allow them to lead. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have said in this way, I am very proud of the leaders we had when we were in opposition. Today we have Napoleon, we have J.O.B. At a point, Mr. Speaker, when they nominated Umfa, we had wanted to walk out. We believed he was going to rig his APC because he was commissioner. We know exactly what he did in 2012. We had wanted to walk out. We were on that side. Our party called us. Our party leaders engaged us. They said we should not walk out. As young guys, we believe we should not support that nomination. We were encouraged, we were given enough freedom. We can support Ufa in this way. But today, look at you, embarrassing your leaders. Right in their presence, they are even ashamed. They are not in today, persons who want to be president, look at you demeaning their offices. You are demeaning, these are the offices they want to occupy. Young boys, you are demeaning the office of the president. These are decisions they will take you when they become president. You are politicizing them. Mr. Speaker, the APC you are allergic to change. Let us go, let us look at history of the African region. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, the threshold of the presidential system is 50+1. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in Liberia, the threshold in Liberia Constitution, Article 83C, it says you should have absolute majority, which is 50% and above. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in Nigeria, in their Constitution 1999, in Article 134(2), it says you should have the highest amount of votes and 20% voter turnout in all of the states, including the FCC. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about 55%. Mr. Speaker, in Uganda, it says you should have 50% to be the president. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in Kenya, they said you should have 50% and you should lose majority of the country. Mr. Speaker, this is just best practice. This is just best practice. We are moving on with time. We are moving on with time. Nobody is talking about 55% in the number. The economy of the world is struggling. How can we be spending huge monies on elections? So there, Mr. Speaker, Sierra Leone have the highest voter turnout because everybody wants to be a politician. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the argument is about. Because I know, of course, the former president had good intention. I am very happy when I listen to the former information and communications minister. He has told us clearly because he was the former minister of information and communications. And he was in the room when decisions were taken. He was in the room. He was attending cabinet meetings. He was disseminating information on behalf of the APC. And today, when he was minister, some of you were in school. Some of you had no business in the APC. He was in cabinet. He was taking major decisions. And he has told us today that that was the decision of the APC. Can he not? No, he cannot. He is here today for the cabinet minister. I was in this parliament is here. We spent $4.2 million as a government. We government alone spent $1.1 million from the consolidated fund. The donors provided the rest of the money. And today, embarrassingly, we have offices like Ambassador Yansade, who was part of government. We have offices like the former Deputy Speaker. We have Balogu, who was part of that government, and we are embarrassing them. We are embarrassing them. Young persons are trying to lead. We are wishing to lead, but the opportunities given to us, we misuse. And so, like you say, when the big party goes to see, the next one we keep up that seat that has that seat in AC. That is what is happening. What your fathers have saw when they were in governance, you are not seeing. Do we want to politicize everything? Tomorrow again, when everything is in power after 2048, you want to bring a new constitution and you want everything to politicize? When will we have a new constitution? When? We will never have. Constitution is not all about a political party. We can do the best constitution today and we will benefit from it tomorrow. When we were in this parliament, there were laws made. I can remember when we were in that side. We used to tell them today, don't let me check this time. We used to tell them these laws you are making will benefit from them. And we benefited. So we should not do laws for our own benefits. Let us all be bold enough, let us be brave enough. Let us make laws that will stand this time. A few years ago, it was APC. We supported them. Today, it's SLP. Tomorrow, it can be APC. But if we begin to politicize lawmaking, if we begin to politicize the law, we will not move to the next level as the states. Somebody must take the bravest decision like His Excellency has done. President Kabasa said it, and Ms. Nkrumah believed in it. He continued. In 2017, the report came out. It was very late. Had it still continued, I am very sure he should have pioneered that law. Because there is no way that the government of Ms. Nkrumah can spend $4.2 million just to go and just for people to go and waste. He believed, and all of us believe, that our constitution now is right for us to amend, to review. But after spending that sum, the government was not opportune to review it because of time. They left it for the next administration, and I believe governance is continuity. So we are continuing from where you stopped. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am shocked to see the level of hypocrisy. A project, which is the project of the APC, they are blatantly denied today. Mr. Speaker, I can say clearly, I have my own position on this law. The ministry has done its best. They have consulted. They have brought the document to us. It's our document as members of parliament. We can do what we want to do for the best of the states. But for us to vehemently deny and say no, it sounds very, 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 very funny. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Madam Minister, you have done well. For instance, I am of the strongest conviction. I have said it on here that there is no need for us to have such an education committee. It is not for the SLPP. It is not for the APC. We should believe that when once a president is voted for, he is the supreme head of the state. We collectively voted for the president and given him the responsibility to take decisions on our behalf. We should believe in the presidency. Today it is Madabio. Tomorrow it can be anybody. It can be one of those things that can be Timor. So we should not reduce the powers of the presidency because you are not pleased with one person. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that His Excellency will not even benefit from this law. The next election is 2028. How do you expect we pass a law? How long is left for the president? I believe the next government will have to benefit from this law before. So for us to come and create an impression that we are doing laws from Anabio for the SLPP, if we imagine that, Sierra Leone will never. And I am now beginning to believe that that's why we are where we are today. Because we have struggled, government before us, and government today, we have struggled to take major decisions because of politics. We have struggled. Because when once you want to take this decision, the opposition say no. Mr. Speaker, I was in this parliament when they started, when His Excellency had so much ideas and said, let us sweep, it was sweep freezer. Very good idea. We supported him. They started the project in less than 1 month, they stopped. Because they wanted the vote. How long should we be begging for votes? When you are voted in, you have a mandate for 5 years. When you perform, when you take decisions, the people will be so pleased that based on the decisions, you will be voted out. But you, at the end of the day, you want to steal the process, you are afraid, your hands are tight for elections. That's why Sierra Leone doesn't move. Mr. Speaker, if we don't pass this constitution today, Sierra Leone will not move to the next level. Because at the end of the day, if you are there, you bring the constitution, we will politicize it. For instance, an opposition. Somebody must take the decision. And thank you very much, His Excellency the President. You have taken major decisions. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, long before now, we have a group called 50-50. They were lobbying it for 30%. They lobbied the entire APC period just for them to have 30% of female representation. We have not said, I have listened to my colleagues, we have not said there were no women in governance. That's not the point. There were women, outstanding women. But the number of women we have now, and that's the number of women, the women we are trained for long before now. They were asking for 30%. The highest we used to have in this parliament was 9%, Mr. Speaker. 9%. We have 12 MPs, 13 MPs, 15 female MPs. So then we have more than 40 female MPs. Nobody has said, even I listen to argument, oh, there were women. Nobody has said there were no women. There were very strong women. But the number of women we have today, some women are even shocked. Because if we don't go back to our constituencies, they will not even win. Because they don't even have the capacity and the wherewithal to even contest at their constituency level. But His Excellency was so pleased, he was not lobbying. There were no 50-50 group. Nobody ran after him. He believed in himself and said, I am going to support the women. When we were doing the GBB, the leader and myself, a lot of people were against it. We knew after passing that law, men are going to lose their seats. And we did it. So then we have more women at the detriment of men. Because there is no way we get 42 women. When we used to have 15 and men did not go. Men went. The president said, you must pass that. He was not lobbying. There were no 50-50 group. It was just something he believed in. Mr. Speaker, so when laws are there, he said now, it is in the deal with me. Can we entrench it in the constitution? That's what simply His Excellency is asking us to do. That's what this government is asking us to do. And the women, even with the benefit you have received, you are shying away from the reality. You will not come back. I'm sure you will not We had 10 MPs returning out of 11. And we have 2 additional women added to us. Mr. Speaker, what else can the president do for women? They are sitting there embarrassing your leaders. They are here, they are ashamed of what you are doing. You don't listen to them. You think they are stupid? You think they are stupid? They accept they talk to you this. Why do you want to politicize everything as young people? Why? When we talk about PR, Mr. Speaker, it's the political parties that are also symbols. Mr. Speaker, let me explain to you what you don't know. Long before now, even before the emergence of the PR, it is our political parties that will hold us as symbols. Let me tell you, in 2018, in 2012 when we came, there were some MPs who believed it was because of the deepness of their pockets that brought them to parliament. When our parties were giving them instructions, they were not listening. Like what you are doing today. You are challenging them because they are in opposition. That's what some of our colleagues did when we were in opposition. When the party gives them instructions, they believe, oh, they will come on there, they're not going to be challenged. That's what some of our MPs did. Let me tell you what happened. In 2018, the party changed its rules and regulations. They said, no, we are the owners of our party. If you have money, go to the constituency and see. We have some people who went to the constituency, they got all of the votes, and the party did not give them their symbol. The symbol belongs to the party.
Party screening.
The symbol belongs to the party. They gave the party to 40% in the constituency. They gave the party 50% in the district. They gave the party 10% in the region, and the rest was left at the national level. So even if you get all of the votes in your constituency, that doesn't determine you the symbol of the party. And the party is the owner of their symbol. And the law said that the party chairman or secretary general and the party leader should sign your nomination form. So when you get an impression that, oh, when you go to your constituency, the constituency will give you symbol, you are just wasting your time. You are not wasting it. Who nominates you? It's your party. Who presents it? It's your party. It has always been a system. And let me tell you, honorable member, you are misunderstanding the word of constituency. Let me educate you. In 1996, the whole state was a one-state constituency. In 1996, the elections, the whole country was a one-state constituency. In 2002, the country was segmented into district law. Every district was a constituency. So the constituency is about convenience of borders. It's about convenience of borders. For some of you who are young, who don't even know politics, constituency is change. That's a census. That's a convenience. That is why electoral commission, after we give time will change, will do boundary delimitation. Constituency is change. There was a period where constituency used to be more east, which covers almost both. So the half of the constituency was removed. So this thing about disrespecting your leaders and say, oh, constituency, but even if you get the vote of your constituency, the leaders of your party will decide who they give their symbol. The symbol belongs to the party and not to you. So Mr. Speaker, when you talk about PR, and you disrespect your leaders, don't let us go to our constituency, let us go to our people. Who are the people? The leaders of our party are the people. If you want to disrespect them like you are doing, if you want to disrespect them like you are doing, the leaders of the party are the party. These are the people who give free symbol. Some of you will regret to get your symbol. You were in both school, we call it underbarming. Some of you were underbarming. You had bosses. I can understand a lot of you on that side. You are claiming you have no mentor. You are claiming you have no mentor. You have no respect for people. You can talk to them anyhow. For some of us, when we went to check them, We believe in the decision of our party. We believe in the decision of our government. That is why when we went to Tokyo, we are clear, extremely clear, that the decision taken by our party with the representation of Honorable Baraka Tarawale, who happens to be the Secretary General, and the decision taken by the Attorney General, we stand by it. We did not challenge it. We did not even hold a meeting. They just briefed us that this is the decision reached, and we trusted our leaders. When we went to some honorable members, let me tell you like what okay. Tell us. They had to engage the leaders almost 2 hours we were waiting for them. And they rejected everything the leaders brought to them. These are the decisions. Even when we are not happy, we know they are our leaders. We will never disrespect them. Tomorrow we want to be leaders and we want to be respected. So the leaders of APC, please forgive them. These are the people you sent for us. These are the people you get to know. Forgive them. But they don't know what they are doing. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, for the election of the Electoral Commission, honorable Mr. Speaker, we even those few institutions that are not politicized, please let us go politicize. Let us not politicize them. We know what is happening in other professional institutions. We all know what is happening in other professional institutions. Please, for goodness sake, let us leave the Interreligious Council alone. There is no way the Interreligious Council is going to determine, is going to be part of the Search and Select Committee that every single people not want to influence their leadership. There's no way. There's no way we know Slash is going to be part of the purpose that will be choosing the Electoral Commission that the APC or SLPP will not want to be part of that leadership, will not influence that leadership. So, Mr. Speaker, for other jurisdictions that have researched, if you go to Nigeria, Mr. Speaker, it is the president in consultation that will select the Electoral Commission. If you go to the Gambia, it is the president in consultation that will select the Electoral Commission. If you go to Senegal, it is the same. If you go to Kenya, it is the same. If you go to Ghana, it is the same. Why are we allergic to change? Like other members have said, we have struggled, and I know it is not just to the SLPP government, even the APC, when they were governors, I think a lot of you are not here, they are just coming into politics. I was in opposition, I saw what happened. We all, when we were in opposition, we struggled also with the modeling of consultation. We struggled with it. We now have an opportunity, honorable members, for us to define what consultation is. Let us all sit in the room. Let us define, let us show the mechanism of consultation, the type of consultation, rather than say, oh, no. Why do we want to politicize every institution? All of these institutions centered in Madam Minister, all of them will be politicized when one of this law stands at its feet.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, group members, when I listened to my colleague, whom I expect so much, I was shocked, but also compelled with belief of the conviction as to why then Chairman Kuisadi fought him so hard that now he has got a single delegate in his presidency. So I can understand he's struggling to gain favor of the new chairman to make sure that he gathers favor. So I can understand. More so when he wants to come back to Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Even when his people have rejected him clearly. But let me inform him that unlike your party that do not value you, all of us seated here went to oppose my questions. That is how much our leaders do not value us. That is how much they value us. Mr. Speaker, you know, it was ironical. And I expected my colleague not to have argued against a single clause in this bill, Mr. Speaker. That was my expectation. But unfortunately, even when he was saying that we disrespected our parties, he was saying everyone. But Mr. Speaker, the fact here is they have not only disrespected their party, they have humiliated their party, they have embarrassed their party, and they have disgraced their party. This document as presented by Mr. He was clear. He said it was a document brought here in consensus with the APC and SF. If you are not hypocritical, why do you have issue with this? Why are you saying that you don't want a charter nomination committee? Why is it that other members of your side are saying that we should not have independence? You are already casting shadows on this very bill. So if you are blaming us for being disrespectful, I want to say on this thing, you are not only disrespectful, you'll be disgraceful and be very much disrespectful. It's very hard to question. I never know what he debates for. He said he didn't even know why are we debating for. He didn't know why I can understand. Why do you think that lawmaking lies in the hands of the party? Don't you know Section 106? Can I read it for you? Yes, Section 106 of the Constitution is very clear. Let me read it. Shall be the supreme legislative authority for Sierra Leone. So whatever executive, party, individual proposes, the power to make laws lies on us as So I now understand why he said he didn't even know why we are here. But I now know that he now knows why we are here. We are here to break the law. Mr. Speaker of members, what's the problem for yourself? You know, Mr. Speaker, for the record, Mr. Speaker, he also said that Kenya selects or appoints the Chief Electoral Commissioner just solely the president. Mr. Speaker, those that are part of the tripartite arrangement, they know that the source document of this proposal that we are trying to emulate Kenya. That's the model. Kenya has the draft nomination committee. Uganda has it, Namibia has it. Almost most of the African countries have that law, Mr. Speaker. It is clear. If you ask me to make reference, I can refer you to a specific section in the Kenya Act as to how the chart and nomination is properly informed in the extant law. But Mr. Speaker, members, the honorable member from Western area did ask a question: what has changed to the PR? Yes. A lot has changed. And I will know
the time, I won't waste the time of colleagues, because my colleagues here have done justice to the subject matter. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing I want to make clear, they cited about the lack of by-elections. When we use PR, we don't do by-elections. Our primary function as MPs is representation. Now, Tony, allow me to come. It's representation. Mr. Speaker, anything that falls short of that is anti-democracy. Why is the MP failing to tell the people of this country that when the MP, when Kua died in Brahma, he was replaced by a member of parliament from another place where a member of parliament already exists. So there, as we speak, there is no member of parliament representing people in Brahma. Mr. Speaker, when our reverse speaker resigned to assume the office is now trying, the member that's now representing him or that took after him is from the mainland and not from the island. The people of the island are now without a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, in Tonko, when the Honorable Dura, when we lost him, Mr. Speaker, he was replaced by a member of parliament in Nambolo. That area has now been left without a member of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, what I found to be very disingenuous is when we try to quantify the value of representation. We are talking about 2 billion, Mr. Speaker. Do you know how much MPs spend on their constituencies? Do you know how much? Some of you have been in schools. Some of you are building a lot of infrastructure. If you quantify a lot of them, they rank even far more than the cost of fighting about by-elections. Do you know how many people are losing by just not conducting by-elections? But the cost of the vote, it has short representation at every level. It doesn't matter the political party, whether the person is independent, whether it's the SFPP, whether it's the APC, once it's assured, everyone, every constituency is provided with an adequate representation. It doesn't matter the political party. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me quickly also respond. So I was going to say landed colleague, but I'm not landed. But I ever wanted to be a lawyer. I still envy a lot of lawyers, but not of his caliber, Mr. Speaker. But also, when he blatantly butchered the Constitution, the government with body light, those of you who are law-minded, I'm sure you are just shocked that a lawyer of over 24 years standing can come to this world, and even when it is in black and white, he interprets it in his own way. Mr. Speaker, let me read it. Section 108, Mr. Speaker, of the Constitution. Let me refer him to the side note. The side note is talking about alteration of this Constitution. So anytime you want to alter the Constitution, the only provision that applies is Section 108. And if I should refer you to the long title of the bill before us, it appropriately satisfies the side note as so stated by me. And the long title says, being an act to amend the Constitution of Sierra Leone, amend, we all know amend is the same as alteration, amend the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Mr. Speaker. So we are here to amend, we are here to alter provisions or sections of the Constitution. And so therefore, the only provisions here that are applicable is Section 108 as clearly stated here. But let me refer you to Section 108(2)(b) of that. It's clear. It says, the bill is supported on the second and third readings by the vote of. I'll come to tell you about the of. I'm happy that you have Landed Speaker, and I have his ruling here where he distinguished the two rulings between of and in the two prepositions. Mr. Speaker, he said by the vote of not less than 2/3 of the members of parliament. And when you want to read this, Mr. Speaker, you should take it internet with SO 44.3, which I also want to read. Mr. Speaker, SO 44.3 says, a bill for an act of parliament to alter provision of the Constitution shall pursuant to paragraph B, the one I just said, of subsection 2 of the entrenched section 108, which talks about alteration of the Constitution, required to be supported on the second and third reading by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me read these provisions in tandem with section 91(1) of the 1991 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, section 91(1) says, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, it says, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution. And I'm sure I've created the exception. For constitution of Constitution, that provision has been adequately provided as to how the 2/3 is determined. So in an event, that provision is not provided for the Constitution, and that's why the Speaker, when he wants to determine votes that does not fall under that provision, he determines that by either collections of voices or by members present and voting, and so applied when he effected or tried section 1377 of the 1991 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, remember, how is this majority determined? When you go to the question of provision 36, which I also want to read, Mr. Speaker, section 36 of the Constitution says, in determining the appropriate majority of members of Parliament, account shall only be taken of the persons actually and validly existing as members of Parliament at relevant time. It is clear the members of Parliament are actually validly existing in this Parliament at this time, Mr. Speaker, is 149. And as we speak here, Mr. Speaker, the FFP is supposed to be 81. For the records, only 80 MPs are here. For the community, they are supposed to be 14. Only 12 are absent. So even when you say, assuming everything is equal, they could not get more than 92 or whatsoever. If they could not, there is no way. So the provision of in China and there who are also absent. That's just for the records. Honorable members. Yes. No. Mr. Speaker, centuries famous. Even if you put all the financial trade that are affected and the 80 that are affected, 12 plus 80. Assuming without consultation, I know one of our brothers, maybe Thompson, might be tempted to come home. So assuming that wherever who is a member, who says is a member of the self-survey whatsoever, votes with you only get 93 votes. So therefore, the affirmative vote as stipulated in section 108 of the Constitution cannot be attained in this particular case. But Mr. Speaker, let me speak to a few other provisions, Mr. Speaker. That we have received. You know, sometimes I always like to think political. People don't know what they are not nationalistic. You all know that when I debate nationalism using a nationalist. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing when it's not broken, why fix it? Already, the extra government provision for first past post and is applicable. But attempting to entrench a sole source or sole means of electing MP, Mr. Speaker, imagine we are a nation that is prone to a lot of challenges that are beyond our control. We never knew we could go into war. We never knew we could be caught with Ebola, but we are caught with those factors. Any other thing can happen, Mr. Speaker. Does that mean that each time there is a war, we must come and amend the constitution, obtain 2/3, and then we do a referendum? When imagine we are not trained, and I do know that never again we will ever go into war. We don't pray for that. But again, what if that happens? You can't go to the provinces and do a referendum. So even the MPs combined here, they are still tied without the powers to fully amend and send the amendment to the president for access without sending it to the people for referendum. So that is making it something just impossible or something very much challenging. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, on the 55% again, we want to see a president that gets the total legitimacy, whose legitimacy is not shaking, whose authority is so firm and strong. Mr. Speaker, like as slightly put by my colleague here, Honorable from Gambia, -50 minus 1 is 49. So if you say minus 1 vote, 50 minus 25 minus 1 vote, it's just like 49%. 0.10 whatever plus 1 vote. Imagine, look at the margin. 50 plus 1 vote and then 49 plus 9999. Mr. Speaker, that is telling you, Mr. Speaker, imagine if you have an opposition of short nature. That is the question the authority of the president. That is why the drafters of the 999 we are so firm, we are so clear, because they wanted to make sure that we have a president that commands the legitimacy of the nation. Whatever you may say, NEC has the authority to pronounce election. His Excellency was pronounced and it was declared to have won election by 56%. That's an absolute majority. We know it commands control of the nation, and that is what we want to see. But imagine if it just gets 50 plus 1 vote. That's a big president, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I do not see this as disingenuous. More so when the other members from the other side started disagreeing on issues we have already purported to have agreed on to. We have agreed that all of us must come here to support independence. We have talked about the Charter Nomination Committee. When they came, they said no. So what is good for the goose is good for the gander. So to me, if we again say we are against this provision, what is bad? That's why I said, whilst our colleague was saying that we are disrespecting our party, he was busy humiliating, embarrassing and disgracing his own party. So not Mr. Speaker. Let me just conclude. If violence was the basis for using PR, Mr. Speaker, that we recorded more violence during the PR system than for it is evident. I was involved when the only member from Mongere was supposed to join us at PhD. It was only because he had over 10 or 15 of his constituents whose houses were burned and who were admitted at hospital just after the election. And yet we come here and pretend as if with the PR there is no violence. What are we saying? Mr. Speaker, members, if the reason for using PR is to protect women, the minister proposed many systems. Most of the countries he mentioned, they use mixed PR system. In a sense, 70% goes on constituency-based system, and 30% or maybe 100% they determine it goes on proportional representation, so that they can protect special interests. Now we have a law, which is the GB Act, which mandates the state to protect 30% of our seats for women. We are amendable, and we don't have a choice because we have passed it. We still own up to that as properly stated in our constitution that we respect that clause, and any form
At every form, it must be expected. So it does not mean that we have to use PR before we could implement it. So lastly, Mr. Speaker, we also say it is indeed for women. Let's look at the case of Ella from Kenima. Yes. She died. A woman. May our soul rest in perfect peace. Imagine if PR was supposed to be PR. If our seat was a safe seat for women, a woman would have come back to his house. Yeah. But no, Mr. Speaker, she was replaced by like lecturer on the Mela. A man, Mr. Speaker. So what are we talking about? So the hypocrisy is too much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the last time God protected that, Mr. Speaker, before I sit, I just want to make reference to your ruling. You know, we are pleased that we have a very, very, you know, informative, knowledgeable speaker, and he cares about his future. The reason why you can call us, even at that of faith, we could go there because we trust in you. And the people of this nation trust in you, they expect, because we are not passing this law for STP, ABC. No! We are passing this for the people of this country. We can always disagree to agree. We can sit and debate means that works for us better. But Mr. Speaker, as stated by your ruling, and I can take that in tandem with Speaker Abbas Kudu's ruling on the 3rd of July 2020 when we passed the PPRC Act here, when we are about to amend it, it was very clear. It made the clarity that when it comes to the determination of votes for constitutional amendment, 91(1) is for members of president that those that do not fall under section 1 way, and it is clearly stated here. And he ruled, you are perfect to rule that. Let me go to just an example. You know your grammar is so good, so don't mind me. He said 2/3 of the number of members of parliament enacted. Okay, let me just say something. You know where I'm coming. Okay, a careful consideration of two separate provisions of the Constitution have to leave no doubt in my mind what the drafters of the Constitution actually meant about 2/3 provided for this for in section 1377 when they talk about members in parliament. You are very persuasive. Even the former speaker then, FDB, he said he was right. He said in parliament. So Mr. Speaker, whoever taught you English, that person was being jealous. Kudos to him. That interpretation was appropriate because it was correct in parliament. But yet he said, when the drafters concede 2/3 of the members of parliament elected for the life of a particular parliament, the drafters deployed the quantifying use of the preposition of subsection 3 and 13 of section 29 of the Constitution. We all know that section 29, which talks about state of emergency, has the same bearing with when you want to alter the Constitution. It talks about 2/3 of the members of parliament. Unlike how he interpreted section 1377, which was saying 2/3 of members in parliament. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am of the conviction that we pass a law that stands the test of time. And we have, when you look at section 171, it's clear. None of us want to commit treason here. None of us. Because we have a future to protect. You are the youngest speaker to have ever assumed this office, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, you could be president tomorrow. We want to remember you. We want to remember you for the good things you did. Nothing will change if you do the right thing. Nothing will change, but everything will change if you choose to do the right thing. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to submit
Honorable Aaron Roma, don't worry about it.
I believe you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, you're a clergy. Imagine you go for shit almost every blessed month.
When it is time to make my rulings on certain provisions of the Constitution, you will see clearly. You will see my train of thought. That's why I'm not been saying anything. I have a clear mind on all of those provisions. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Emerson Lamina.
Leone to box on the documents, the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act of 2025. Mr. Speaker, many people today will refer to it as obsolete. Many people will refer to it as moribund, outdated. Where do we go? Participating in today's celebration reminds me of years ago when this parent document started by this honorable house. I recall as a mind boy from the primary school to the secondary, today am I. What a privilege, what an opportunity to have a say on this bill. I wholly believe that whatever I debate here today is the view of the people of Kano. When the Attorney General made his first reading of this bill, I held a town hall meeting in which people of all walks, they had their say, and I had a repertoire that compiled their say to be debated here today. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is important for us to know that this is a bill which will move Sierra Leone to a progressive pattern, or retrogress Sierra Leone, a bill that will make us to be at par with our sister countries within ECOWAS. I happen to be a member of the Sierra Leone delegation at ECOWAS. I've seen laws. I got a privilege of seeing laws within ECOWAS. And I believe if honorable members of both we contribute to debate and pass this bill into law, definitely we will be at par. Acknowledging the Sierra Leone People's Party for making good and local laws in line with Section 73, subsection 3, that Parliament enact law for the peace, for the security, and of good governance. And that is just what we are about to do. Many things have been said, but I will tell you, I'm a little bit below the belt from what I heard from honorable members from the other side. Such fictions were not parliamentary. In any case, I attended a very good school. Where's Aaron? Myself and Aaron attended a very good school. And in the second standard of our school, it is saying producing men of character, citizens of true words. And that is what I expect from members on the other side. As I sit and look around, it reminds me of my school standard at all boys. I can see all boys here. Some we have an opportunity to give their say in those days of this constitution. All boys gathered around and tell us of Bible days. How they lost and won. Now the baton has reached us. I've been privileged for me to see the baton. We all here through providence. So it actually disturbs me when I don't remember castigating, I don't remember that being rejected. We all know my brother is not here, so I will refuse to talk against him. Well, Aaron, Mr. Speaker, I don't remember Section 97B makes me to know that I am a member of Parliament for the entire Sierra Leone, representing the entire Sierra Leone, not only my district. And that is the beauty of what Section 97 gives me. Lessons we have learned. We have learned many lessons from the death of Sister Honorable Ella. That is why during committee stage you will get a privilege to school the PR. It will fit your district and the nation as a whole. Mr. Speaker, Nelson Mandela did say at the time, just after his release, the first anti-apartheid president. Because the rancor that I have noticed, even among us, in enacting this sacred document, is surprising. Surprising because I should and I must remind us of Nelson Mandela's quote. He did say, no man is born hating one another because of political belief, because of religion or tribe. He did say, people must hate. If they hate, it can be taught out of love. For love comes more naturally than its opposite.
of day. Mr. Speaker, I remember the SLP is known to actually enact progressive laws. We are all in this country when Dr. Shekhar Sidi butchered the Local Government Act in 1952, killed it, said no longer you resurrect. Blessed Ahmed Gankaba, former president, this in 2004, let it come again because of the experience we have seen during the almost 11 years interregnum. The war was so horrendous. Many lessons were learned. That is why we want to give a say that will serve the test of time. We are known to make good laws. I've read a book coming this morning, What Life Has Taught Me, very interesting. In one of its pages, it is saying there is no way the APC can defeat the SLPP in any public election or referendum. Safe to number one, propaganda. Safe to thinking, oh yes, that is just what true conception of the constitution. Safe to propaganda, rigging and intimidation. And here we, the not to the people are struggling. I will tell you, what is the issue of Section 76? I will tell you. Section 76 came as a result of a law. We have known parties in this country, they will ambush individuals. They will make law against individuals, not for the system that will stand the test of time. It was made against John Akka, the man that actually composed the rhythm and songs of our national song, which is the national anthem. Very popular man from Roti Fukuamba. And of course, Bonte Lebanese father. What did he say? Because he opposed the enactment of the 1978 Constitution. Because he actually opposed Shalom becoming a republic. They set out with his political master. And therefore, the man was so popular, wanted to come to parliament. And they now coined a law. Let us put this law to say, whosoever has a foreign parent, not born in Israel, you cannot. Can you imagine targeting an individual? We are making law that will stand the test of time. We are not making law that will target individuals. No way. We should make law that will stand the test of time. People from all ages, people from all centuries should have the opportunity to enjoy this law, not targeting an individual. Because you are born to a non-Israeli parent that said you cannot come to a second house frustrated. They frustrated the man. That was how Section 76, Section 1 actually came into our roots. At the time, a man from Korondi Street was about to make a comeback to the APC. It was put before him the 5-year clause. That this 5-year clause, a man from Korondi Street was about to make a comeback to the APC. It was put before him the 5-year clause. That this 5-year clause, you should separate making law for an individual. No! Such laws will be groundless, such laws will be baseless, such laws will never stand the test of time. Mr. Speaker, I don't remember a step-by-step analysis of this bill. Will be seen. A step-by-step bill from this should be seen. Mr. Speaker, I will analyze it. This bill under review actually got its answer that I'm presenting yesterday from the town hall meeting, from the people of our district, from Fatima Hall. They did say in section 32, 33 of this constitution, why you want to bring dragon into a political system? Some organizations are not statutory in this bill. Oh yes, I should tell you, some organizations, they are not statutory. Youth can draw its membership to represent from the Youth Commission Act, which was elected. What are the women? When one goes to Togo today, you see a bill, you see a whole ministry called Women and Grassroots. God will lead. A whole ministry is called Women and Grassroots. It's a whole ministry. So you can draw a woman from among for representation. But you are actually recommending people in which a conundrum will be thrown who represent interreligious, very peaceful people. A Muslim will say, no, who should represent this time? A Christian will say, no, why? How about the Baha'i worshippers? What about the Rastafarian? How about those that believe in Sasa? They also say we are religious. Why do you want to deprive us? You are throwing spanner into the whole game. Because there are people in this country who believe in Sasa. name one. There are people who are Rastafarians. Yes, they don't subscribe to the religion. You are bringing confusion among them. And therefore, the people of Colombo, that's their stand. They are saying Section 32 should stay.
Yes, that's all say, that's all say.
Section 32 should stay.
That's all say.
Because it will contradict Section 61, which gives His Excellency the President to create offices, to appoint, to hire, and to fire. Why do you want to handcuff the President, His Excellency? Why do you want to hold his feet to the fire? Tomorrow, who knows? You go become the president. Will you want your power to be seized? No way. So that is why that's the ground. Section 40 is describing presidency, fountain of honor, symbol of unity, commander-in-chief. That's the man. Give him the leverage. Give him the leverage. I spent some time to read the Justice Cowan Commission report. I also spent some time, don't need to actually peruse through the Peter Tucker report. I will tell this house that both reports of both Peter Tucker and Justice Edmond Kawa did not fulfill the threshold. They say 32 should stay. Why? Must you bring it out? Both of them recommended that 32 must stay. That is by Justice Khan. To have my say, Justice Khan is saying, how, as a mayor, he actually interviewed me, must you, what must you choose for our political? Definitely, the PR was a very popular one. A very popular one as a council officer, a very popular one. For information, I should tell you this. PR is only applicable to councillorship and honorable-ship. It does not touch mayorship. No way. It doesn't touch chairmanship. No way. It doesn't touch presidency. No way. It's only applicable to honorable-ship and councillorship. That is just where PR stops. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, bringing organizations, I will agree that the nomenclature should be changed from ECSL to national. Let it be nationalistic. I agree with that name. So the name can actually be fit well. But why do you want to bring people like interreligious community, legal practitioners, civic society, private sector, youth, women organization? You are throwing spanner. Instead of managing the politics we have at hand, you are throwing a new politics among them. It will be rancor, it will be fight. They will never have come to the conclusion, and the grudge will be unending. Therefore, give His Excellency the power. Give him his due as the first gentleman to maintain the power, to nominate with the approval. We have the power. We can easily reject that person or approve him to nominate, so the person can face Parliament with a fine CV to be interviewed. Because Edmond Kawa was a very wise man. Peter Tucker was also a very wise man. Both of their report, they maintain that he should maintain. Therefore, we are going to maintain 32-3. Mr. Speaker, remember, you must make a time. A time whosoever frowns or opposes women to have a representation that will befit their status, you are an enemy of our women folk. You are an enemy of our women folk. Mr. Speaker, I remember what came on in there. We learned many lessons, I should say. Many lessons we learned. At the end of it all, there was a TRC document that recommended for women. You can imagine 2002, what was declared to have ended. The TRC document was actually drafted. It recommended for women to have 30%. Takaba tried, but it always stopped at recommendation. He did not even see the face of cabinet. No way. But the recommendation was good by him. We got another president, Dr. Ananda Kroma. He also came. I will vividly tell you, as a follower in 2010, he already apologized to the women of Koyamba on an International Women's Day. So all women, you went through horrendous treatment. I feel for you how you are treated. You make promises to the women that yes, you can get it. No way. He did not see the light of day. Here is a male champion. Clap for his excellency. When they asked why, mother of the house approached him, he did say, you want 30%? Go for it. Political will. No hypocrisy. Political will. No hypocrisy. He actually maintained his political will. How did it come? Many of our men folks who were here in the 5th Parliament, I cannot particularly call you to be hypocrites, but they did not want it at all. For your information, that particular bill took a whole year in the shelf. I will tell you, I was here as a leader of the party. He took a whole year on the shelf because they were targeting certain seats. Should not be contested. The original bill that came, that certain seats should not be contested by men. The men became aggravated, agitated, apprehensive. Why? Must we forgo our seats? He took the wisdom of the leaders of the 5th Parliament. Then, I recall Honorable Charo Malalan, Ba, Cherikoko, I recall Kadayom Kada, I can recall Matthew Sanuma. Oh yes, I can recall also my very self. Amu, with a class, we sat. How could we come to the 3:1 ratio? That was how today, that has promoted how today our women have been promoted to a 30.4%. Clap for you, you the women, clap for yourself. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we've come a long way to maintain the 30.4%. At ECOWAS, I also tell you, after we've gone, at ECOWAS, Sierra Leone is second as far as female representation is concerned in the legislative arm. Senegal is only 44%, now Senegal is 42.2%. Sierra Leone, we are 30.4%. Coming after us is Benin Republic. Benin Republic is 27%. So you see how far we've gone? It only takes a leader with a golden heart. A leader that no one to see women folk are left behind. I will tell you as a local consultant, some 2 decades ago for 50-50 group in Colony Street. Which gave me the privilege of meander, the length and breadth of Colony Street. I became educated very young. I will tell you that. 20 years ago, I will tell you that we came to the conclusion of our research that when women are in position of trust, corruption is minimized. When women are in position of trust, they won't care for welfareism and child issues. That's the benefit. So you cannot, no way, will you allow you to frustrate the gains Sierra Leone has made so far. Many countries, they look for us. How did we reach? Why? Because of your reborn political beliefs. You want to frustrate the gains we have made. Progressive laws, gains. We abolish the death penalty so that your fears can be allayed. Even if you commit coup, you will not be killed. No one will be killed if you kill today. We repeal the draconic 1965 seditious law. It is no longer there. Progressive law. Here are we. Our anti-corruption acts and the prosecutorial rights today in the world. Progressive law. And this is the line we are going in making progressive law. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, about 130 countries in this globe are practicing PR system. Even Spain that has just won the World Cup, they are practicing PR system. Does it concern you? As a member, I will tell you, myself and him used to be in the EU Parliament. Most times we become embarrassed in the world when countries present their credential of the PR system. In Europe, Nordic countries today are practicing PR. And we see the progress and the peace. Because our women folks are actually respected. I have a study statistics I should read here. Look at these statistics. It will challenge you. Have it here. Look at Nordic countries. About the PR, as again the first part of the poll. In Iceland, women are leading with 89.2%. In New Zealand, women are leading with 83.2%. 6.2%. In Rwanda today, women are leading with 61%. Not for world governance, that will lead. In South Africa today, women are leading with at least 42% representation. In Namibia, women are leading with 80.4%. Yes, in Senegal, 42.2%. Sierra Leone, what are we doing? Why do you hate our women folk? Why do you hate our women folk? And I will appeal to my counterparts on this side that we are going to make resolution by saying no. Support me by saying no to any act of violence. We say no. To any act of wasted of vote, we say no. To any act of tension anywhere by election, we say no. To any act of male chauvinism, we say no. All of these things is what the PR is discouraging. I remember we spent at least 2 billion only just for a by-election. You can imagine. Besides the tension, the fight, the whole country, security apparatus, the whole country for a single by-election. Wasting the whole time, tension upon tension. We have a quiet, seamless transition. One MP leading, another MP coming. That is it. We have learned lessons from Nordic country. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, the richness of this bill is so rich. Many years ago, as Section 46, plus 46, 33, in considering the loss of DPC. Gone are the days when the political party would concoct lies and sit in their small cocoon against a vice president of this country. No way again. Gone are the days when a 9-man committee will sit and concoct lies that will never be seen. And the whole vice president, who said, who ran on the same ticket as a president to win an election overnight, you have lost your position as a vice president because you are partyless, you are groundless, you no longer have a party. Mr. Speaker, read the internet. It happened in South Sudan between Riek Machar and Salva Kiir. A vice president was sacked. 3,000 precious souls were killed. It resulted to tribalism. That is how the past administration would have landed this country. Had the people of Ghana been a majority, little, but because they are so peaceful, very peaceful, they held their peace. Let us try the Supreme Court. That is why this country has an assignment for that particular wrong ruling to be expunged out of our books. Saki, like Mashaki, are killed for sacking of a vice president. Among the MPs, 2 turn, we now have the advantage to pass a vote of no confidence. They will not have confidence in you. You cannot be our honorable vice president. The office is so sacred. Reason A, B, C, and D. Lies will no longer hold. And even their own very constitution, I remember vividly the 1995 APC constitution. Subsection 8, it is saying that it should be a room for an appeal. What did they do? Say, you have COVID. You can no longer go out. SO2. Now, how? Then you have to see. How? You can imagine. Mr. Speaker, this law 6 to discourage dangerous laws. This law 6. I gave you all the time. I gave you all the time.
The Constitution does not have sections but articles. The you have to refer to it. It's not numbered by section for another article. It's going to proceed.
I actually expected my MP of semantics. Oh, alas, will read below the bell. Articles can take place. Article can take a place. Article can take a place of section. All alas. It's troubling. Well, not be funny. After I tell you the very good school, if I look at my school. But next time, study semantics well. Mr. Speaker, that's good. It's not affirming what they did. That was how this country would have been plunged into war. Mr. Speaker, this law, this bill, is actually seeking that no way it can no longer happen. Mr. Speaker, we are now to speak on section 76 of the Constitution that this bill addresses in clause 14. What does it say? Diaspora to be given the fiat to become members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, we've been very unfair. Never will Sierra here of Planet deny the remittances. In 2022, 18% of our GDP actually came from the diaspora. Can you imagine that number? It's not small. Why do you want to deprive them from participating from our political end? Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to work as a volunteer in the Southern Council in London. A Sierra Leonean called Colombo Blanco was the mayor. You can imagine if they would have deprived him. A Sierra Leonean became a mayor in London, Southern Council. Mr. Speaker, Schwarzenegger was a citizen originally from Czechoslovakia. He was a governor from California.
3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
Oh my God. That is it. Why do you want to discourage Schwarzenegger as an example, California governor? Why do you want to discourage our good MP? I will only recommend a little caveat. Try to be loyal. Their loyalty will not be shocking. But give them a chance. They should participate. Diaspora. You want their money, but you don't want their political participation. No way. We are going to support the bill that will give diaspora so that they will bring their expertise, their knowledge they have gathered in the overseas to be there. That is what we will do. This bill seeks to do that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the bill also seeks to repeal clause 42 that will give simple majority and the member of ECOWAS. I've said it earlier. Mr. Speaker. In Liberia, they are looking for 50 plus 1 for him to become a president. 50% they are a president. Ghana, 50% or more they are a president. Nigeria, the highest number of votes plus 25% of votes, 2/3 of the state they are a president. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame for me to tell you that will be so moribund, so old, so obsolete, so unusual. You know, 55% when you make a presidency. Sorry, I don't need to follow. So old. As a member of ECOWAS, I can tell you with all alacrity, there is no country within ECOWAS that still no country that still practices the 55% for to make a presidency. No way. And therefore, it will be the wisdom of this world for us to actually practice the 50%. That can make a presidency. That's the law we are about to make. A law that will stand the test of time. I want to be in the good books for my generation yet unborn. That yes, I participated into a bill. The Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2025 that we should change at the time we come to committee state, that we should change to section 26 to 2026. An act that we actually will. We are wasting unnecessary time. There is an existing law, I should bring it to this house. The Public Election Act, Section 58 is clear. It has not yet been repealed. It has not yet been expunged. It is to stand the test of time for all elections of MP, to stand the test of time for all elections of council. But for the neatness of procedure, and for all of us to be on the same page, this is a bill giving a privilege to young men and young women who draw providence, having the opportunity to speak about this bill. It's against the backdrop, Mr. Speaker, I love members of the opposition. I also love permanent members of parliament. And I love members of the governing bench that we are about to make a law that will make our president's access to be valued within West Africa and beyond. I thank you very, very much.
After Honorable Maraba Bangra, Honorable Veronica Kadisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today we are debating a very important document. A document that shows the design how we run our country before further amendments. Mr. Speaker, in edification of the gallery, let me clearly go again and read section 108 of our Constitution. If you read, Mr. Speaker, 108 reads, alteration of this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, maybe he's guided here by a landed colleague here, a landed man, trying to alterate what says clearly in this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are debating our conscience today. We owe our people a clear constitution. The future of this nation lies in this document. Let me go straight to the bill. Mr. Speaker, the formation of the statutory committee is only giving further reasoning for negotiation. It's a modification of the negotiation here because at the end of the day, the principal nominator here is the president. But it gives a direction, a clear path, where the president is mandatory to really seek the attention of other members of this nation. They cannot just say, I call somebody and say, I have already negotiated. I have asked. This time is forced to negotiate in a proper way. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as we go, you will see the deliberate way of twisting this constitution from the drafters. If you go, can I have the hand mic, please? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I go again, I will say it is deliberate in this bill. If you go to section or clause, let me say clause 2 of this bill, you will see how they specify the members of all the institutions that are aligned here in section 32. They are all specified. What I'm saying here. Now it reads, they said, one person from the interreligious community, one legal practitioner. That's vague. But when you come in the nomination of the PPRC chairman, you will see they will say a chief electoral commissioner, a legal practitioner nominated by the Sierra Leone Bar Association. You cannot shy away from asking the consent of the people. The mandate of the people is priceless. It's not commensurate to what you are saying that you don't want a PR system. You want a PR system because you don't want to spend more money in electing members of parliament. How can you compare that? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I don't see any nexus with the GUE bill and the PR system. The bill has already protected the 30% of women's representation in parliament. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us say A and B differently. We cannot say A and B together. They are different items. Let me go straight to the GUE bill. Mr. Speaker, the GUE bill has already given women mandates, of which all members, both members of the I consented to for the 30%. Don't blackmail us to our people that we are not ready for the 30% for women. What we are against is the PR system. The men women want their primaries, but they are not here because of the list system, the PR system. Constituency 118, Constituency 117 was all won by women. Was because the PR, they are here. If it had been a first past the post, they would have been here. So please, the GUI bill is different from the PR system. Like I said, that's why we want a modernized consultation. That's why we recommended the Search and Nomination Committee. But what we want to say here is should not vague. If we are saying a legal practitioner, we have the Bar Association. If we are saying a women's group, we have recognized women's association here that we rely on. If we are saying a civil service society, we don't want to see man just say, okay, today I don't want to be any member of SLP again, I want to see the civil society, and you bring him for us to the search committee. No, we have the new, and because we have the new, all other recognized organizations, let us be clear and give the people what they want. Mr. Speaker, honorable member. Mr. Speaker, I go to clause 7.1, that's the amendment of section 42. There is no better way of national cohesion other than the 55%. Mr. Speaker, we've seen no one political party have won without marrying another political party from another region. We are here, we've seen the marriage of the APC and the PMBC. We've seen the marriage between the SLPP and the NGC. We want to see a national country, a national government, and not just a national government of one people, because we've been polarized. It's only by divine we are intertwined. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us be clear to our conscience. As the minister already said, this is a bill, a constitution that he believes is a surviving constitution, and now he's naming it a prosperity constitution. Mr. Speaker, in my view, I will say this is a constitution of our conscience. Let us don't debate this constitution with a double standard. We need to be clear and give the people what they want. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us don't be a stalemate with our conscience. Let us move on. You cannot compare the price. Let me see what I'm trying to say here. The human rights is priceless. People want to nominate, they want to choose their leaders. They want people to go to when they are in need. Mr. Speaker, we are the people's government. We are used to it. We are very close to our people. We don't want to be in a district block. We want to say, I want my child lady in the market. When you want somebody to talk to, can come to me straight. Not by saying, oh, there are only 6 members of parliament, 9 members of parliament in this district. Who are you going to? Mr. Speaker, let us choose. If we are saying we are a democratic state, it should be a government for the people, by the people, and for the people. It should not be just few people. If we are saying for the people, all other position papers have clearly stated that they want the first past the post. What better judgment can you give the people? Just give them what they want. Mr. Speaker, we've not criticized all what is in this bill. We are only trying to say the consultation should be in a better position this time. This is still consultation. The Search and Nomination Committee is still a consultation, but this gives a broader-based consultation. And secondly, other things here, you are saying we are against people with the 2 Cs. No. But remember, we have the Citizenship Act. And now I think the newly amended Citizenship Act gives mandates to women to give citizenship to their husbands. So if that is true, if a naturalized Sierra Leonean can be a member of parliament, president, minister, so are you telling us that the wife of the chief minister will be our new mayor? Maybe. Ironical. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are discussing a very important document. Don't play with our minds. Give us what we want. We are the All People's Congress. Because we are the All People's Congress, we believe we are for the people. So we believe in the first past the post. We are not against the queue. We embrace it, we welcome it, That's why we are. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me tell you, I'm not a beneficiary of the Giving Act. I'm not. Yes, my leaders are here. I am a woman. I won my seat. I am coming here. I'm not disrespecting other women, but let's do it correctly. If we are protecting women, don't give us tough time. Remember, in this PR system, you have to win your seat first, the vote of your constituents, and now you come and face the leadership. It's double hustle. It's not easy. And for us in the Western area, this is a very competitive state, competitive city. We are women and so it's tough for placement. And where we will just see somebody that will just come overnight and say, oh, this government or SFP have just won 9 seats, 8 seats, just like that. It's difficult. You'll have to fight again afresh for placement. So please, if you are helping us, give us safe seats and give us first past the post. That's what we are used to, and that's what our people want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say thanks to the Almighty God for making me part of this historic day today. And I want to say thank you to His Excellency for appointing the advisor who is fair, who is, I don't know how to class this man, this young man. Let me bring it in feminine. Meaning, you can see him small, but he's very, very grounded. I want to say thank you. Thank you, the AG. Thank you for bringing this document. It's timely, and I'm happy. Somebody was saying a Kupri seller. That is how passionate SNPP is, to empower women from grass to grace. As stated by him, a Kupri seller, as stated by him, because I know I was not a Kupri seller. So, to just allege here, and just to prove him right or wrong, this is a Kupri seller standing here 4 consecutive terms in this parliament. The longest serving female MP in this House of Parliament, and I'm representing the West, the West Africa, that is the ECOWAS Parliament, and I've merged the president of the ECOWAS Parliament for women. And I've represented Sierra Leone in the Commonwealth. Meaning, you can come from down there, you learn, then you are empowered. And that is what SNPP does. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I think I have to end this talk. I have to end this talk today. 38-9, the proportional representation. I am a living testament. I have been part of it. The honorable from Putloko was saying, Gambia, he was doubting, he doesn't even know. I came under the proportional representation. After the demise of 2 honorable members, I entered. You knew it, but you failed, you refused to say it. So, I am one of the best beneficiaries in this parliament to have attained up to this time. In a male-dominated parliament and a male-dominated constituency. So I'm talking about the PR system, the cost effective. I endorse it. And I can attest that with the PR system, that is the only way women can achieve 30%. Honorable members, when I came during the PR PR system in 2005. In 2005, the PR system, by then, they were choosing women from different districts to represent the district block. We lost 2 honorable members. I entered. During the proportional, during the first past the post, I think the women were just 12%, from 12%, 10%. But with the involvement of the PR system, we are now boasting of 28% with the presence of the primary chief. Anyway, my sisters, I don't want to blame them because they were not here. They don't know the route we took to let them be here today. Now they are saying, and this is what His Excellency is doing. And I want to say a special thank you to His Excellency. He has said, let us factor this in the law, because there are laws that are updated. We just want to amend. We just want to make it, to fine-tune it, so that we can find ways, so that women, their voices can be heard. And this is what His Excellency is doing. And always the President says, and I want to quote him, thereby are they not good for themselves. They are not good for themselves. That's what, let alone for the people. If you today, you are frowning at the 30% or the PR system that has added our dates and our numbers, then you are refusing. I wonder where Marcella Samba is. I wonder where the 50-50 are. I wonder where the women's forum. I was expecting them with placards here. They are sitting there, they are listening. We are expecting that they would have been here to give us a tap on the back so that we have more women. But they are not here. Yet they will be seated here, they say, one more woman, one more woman. How can we do it? You should have been seated here to give us tap on the back. But they are not here. Anyway, all I know is the PR system is cost effective. I have my justification, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, with your leave. You know, for decades, women have been left behind. We are always seen very ashobis, dancing behind our candidates. But now, women's voices are being heard. You go to parliament, you go to the ministries, you go to other areas, you hear women, you see women with substance. And this particular PR system that we are talking about, the objective should be produce a parliament that mirrors the political diversity of Sierra Leonean women. Every vote contributes representation. Every vote, everybody will see their votes in the PR system. In the PR system, every citizen sees his or her own political preference reflected more fairly in Parliament. It strengthens legitimacy. It reduces feelings of exclusion. It broadens representation. Its representation broadens inclusion. The majority threshold strengthens democratic legitimacy. It encourages coalition building instead of zero. Most importantly, PR system shifts political competition from ethnic or regional strongholds. Now we cannot boast of anywhere again for stronghold, because we have SNP has representatives in a parliamentarian in Tombolini. We have in Sunday Bombali, but we have all other areas, and of course Moyamba. You know, people are saying they don't know their MPs. Of course, we in Moyamba district, they know all of us, including the MPs honorable. we all work together as a team because it's district block. Each time we have programs, we call ourselves, look, this is our people. We have to make sure we do justice to them. We work together, we speak together. In as much as he is APC, we are SLP. So the fact that two people start to say we don't know our MPs, and we don't even know our dynamics in choosing the MPs, our own MPs, because you will start from the village, from the sections. You go to the chiefdom, you come to the district, you come to the region, to the before you go to the national. So how can you say you don't know? You don't see you don't know your MPs. For us in Mamba district, our people know our MPs. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you know, I hate hypocrisy to the highest degree. These people who went, this committee, who chose them? How were they choosing? You chose them, but you never trusted them. And now we are talking about disrespectful, dishonesty, or whatever. But you are dishonest to the highest degree. Because what you told us, what the people told us, the people that you sent, what they told us, who we are just expecting to come and explain to us and everything. After explaining to us, then of a sudden, you had your pocket meeting at okay, then you just come and squash everything. Meaning, you don't trust them. That is disrespectful to the highest degree. If you wouldn't have trusted them, why did you appoint them? Why did you nominate them? So when they asked us, we said we are comfortable because we sent our people, trusted them. We were comfortable with the people that we sent because we respect them. Well, you see our members here, not seeing them here, meaning we can go out of track. I know you people, you want this PR system, but because you are shy, you are afraid, maybe for your symbols or whatever. That is why. But when we go to our periods like the women, when the first thing when I was the president of the we advised ourselves that look, let us take this caucus as a political party. What is the political party? That political party is women, should be women. So stand here today, when even we sang our song, you are supposed to stand and sing with us. It doesn't mean that you are supporting us. It is the anthem nationally for women. And you know it. Globally. And you knew it. Instead, you sat down, you are watching at us. But we know, you are singing. I know you people, you are singing because you love that song. It's so meaningful. Women now are working to build a better world. For the love of peace can rest on every shore. Let us work together. Let's put party politics aside. Let us work for the benefit of this nation. Let us come together as women. We are representatives. They are not here to talk. We should talk for them. We should talk for them. We are representing them. Even when they are there. Even when my colleague said, we said, no, the Kukri woman who is sitting there. If a Kukri seller can stand and represent Sierra Leone, why can't they come? And that is the good democracy about LCL. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, then this elephant in the room about 50.1 plus 1. I think that is fair enough. That is fair enough. The president has already been elected almost half, in fact more than half. Because that plus 1 is more than half. So why are we frowning at it? And you've answered. During your consultation, that is why we want to know the definition of consultation. It was just fruitless endeavor. 6 months, they were there consulting civil society, religious leaders, consulting these people, and you sent these very people. And the legal advisor that is Honorable Timbo respect, he was there. He was among them. And now he's sitting here to denounce or to say, no, we don't agree. But where we are there, you should cancel your involvement in that particular meeting instead of continuing with the voting. But you wasted time, you were there, you were discussing, and after answering, you came out now to say no. That's very disgraceful and very disrespectful. We are not good for ourselves. Let alone the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing you, but if they are not good, I will say it. Speaker, 50.1. I don't think that is a hard nut to grab. That's a hard. Only the bad, like it's only bad. Talking about the truth. Some are there, not they are there to find their passions. They want to come back. We allow them, let them come and join us. The only problem I see there is to give them time. You should be here maybe 1 year, 2 years, but that should be considered during the third reading. So you be here, we work together. You see the importance, because we don't want you to bring Republicans or Democrats politics. Come and have your local politics. Better. So to say we don't want to approve them, we don't want to include them, no, it's not fair. We are not fair with them. Because we have children there. Tomorrow, they might want to be politicians. Then we have deprived them. And it is stated, when you want to be a member of parliament, you come. That is what we are asking for. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, no constitutional amendment is more fundamental to democratic legitimacy than requiring the president to secure more than half of the valid votes cast nationally, together with this prescription. I believe we can work together. And the president that you might be, maybe, you might be, so this law that we are making is not for SFPP, it's not for APC, it's for the years to come. So let us try to make a good law. We amend, because some of the laws that are here are outdated. They are outdated. We can fine-tune it. The PR system that we are afraid of, we can also fine-tune it. There are so many areas that we can talk about on the PR system. We can even see zipper system for women. 2 women, 1 man, if you are afraid. But for me, the zipper system is more appropriate. We can do that. Then we have something like running mate. If there is a woman, if the woman is giving a ticket, the next person, the next list should be a woman. So if there is any accident, death, or anything, they will just take from that woman. I know that is why you are afraid. There are so many ways to make this PR system, but don't just kick it out outright. I'm talking about GWB. The GWB want to factor it in this bill, in the constitution, to make it a law, black and white. So any other government that comes up, it will not be easy to remove it or to amend it. Honorable members, my sisters, let us think out of the box. Let us think. We are all sisters. We are all in it together. We started it. We are talking. We can joke about that. So if we are talking about women, we know you people you want it. Because I know the meetings that we are having. I know how we interact. I know when we go to these various workshops or what they tell us about women's representation. Why are you now sitting here so frank? Don't mind these men. I know they have women, they have sisters, they have aunties, and they have anything you can think is a woman. I don't want to name names. So don't look at them. Just focus on what we promised ourselves during our meetings about having one party, that is Women Party. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have highlighted my factors why it is advantageous for the PR system, because I'm a living testament. I am here for 4 terms and a half, a woman, and the most senior in this parliament. That means how strong and hard I am. I have gone through the PRs, the first past the post twice. I went on the post. I have tested the PR system, so nobody can tell me anything again. I will have to tell you the importance of the PR system. It's cost effective. No fetch, nobody, SO2. No fetch. The monies that they will use during that election, they can use it to build more schools in your constituency or your district. They can use that to build hospitals. They can use that to do another development. It should be a national cake instead of wasting it. Now, all what they have been doing, the Cowan report and other reports, all that is replaceable. And here, and you heard from Honorable, they spent huge sum of money because you cannot just get people there, then you don't pay tax for them. All those money should have been kept in the coffer so that they can do more activities. If you know you are not going to be part of it, don't go there. That's why our president, the last time we went there after Kenya and Rwanda, because we went to Kenya and Rwanda to study. What they told us when we came there, he told us when we presented our resolution, he told us if you want it, go for it. And we got it. Now we have not got it. Now the man is saying we want it to be factored in the constitution. Now we are frowning at it. My sisters, please stop. It's not good for this country. It's not good for the women. Now we are saying today, Hosanna. We are saying today, no, you are saying 55, we are saying Hosanna. We want to see more women. Some people, they were not here how we struggle to get that Jew bill. They don't know. That is why we are here. If you say you came by first past the post, but all we knew was this PR system that brought you here. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would just want to leave you with the second stanza of our national song. I will not sing it, I will just recite it. It says, women can't be silent, so be people walk and hungry children cry. We have left this for you people, so we want you to understand what the second stanza means. Women can't be silent all around the world. People hot and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice and development and hold the rights of all the people high. We are the people. How are we going to hold the people high? It's here. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, talking about that 3-2, because I want to say thank you to my legal luminary who has collaborated extensively, because for some of us, we are not lawyers, but in listening to him, I want to say kudos, because what we didn't know, he highlighted it to us. I know he learned from what he was saying. I want to say thank you to Honorable Gebao, because he highlighted that. I don't even want to dwell on that, because in this choosing, it can even open rooms again. How can you determine to send 3 women from the groups, women groups? We have so many women's groups here. How can you determine? Religious leaders, they have to choose. This is what they have to choose. How can you determine? So it can create another route. So that is why I am recommending, as what my colleague has said, let us go back to where we are and let's give the president the lead hand so that he can do the needful. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you, and I'm asking my colleagues to please join us to support the PR system. And of course, this independence, that one has been squashed. I cannot go there. It will not be possible because they will bring their dollars or pound sterling to come and contest. At the end of the day, if you don't get, then you go back. But we are here. Always I tell them, we now make in here so. We are still here. We dine and wine together. If you don't have, you sit down. See at the other honorable contestants there. They are still here. They don't get, but they are still here. But if we are giving any independent candidate, he should have gone. Gone back to where he came from. So that is why we don't want the independent. That one has been squashed, and I want to join my colleagues in support of squashing it and just expunge it from the main document. With that, I want to say a very big thank you to the minister and his team for bringing this document on time, and it's timely. I want to say kudos to His Excellency the President for the passion he has shown and the political will he has shown. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Veronica Kadisisi. Honorable Catherine Zainab Charali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's a very historic day. And I want to thank God for making it possible for us in this house to witness another amendment of the ground norm of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are not just making a law. We are making a law that will stand the test of time. We are making a law that will speak to our children's children. Mr. Speaker, we are making a law, a constitution, that will be used by future generations. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are not hypocrite women in this part of the aisle. We are not hypocrite women. Mr. Speaker, our song says, all around the nation and all across the world, women are longing to be free. Oh yes! We are not longing to be free by a PR system. Oh yes! We are not longing to be free by a system, a single system, that people, quote unquote, are bending to entrench. It is selfishness to their estimate. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and plan to entrench a single system of our electionary processes that has no alternative. Is that not selfishness? Is that not wickedness? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the bill, the Constitution of Sierra Leone 2025 amendment comes from your right hand. It is from the government bench. And if it's the government bench are cherry picking it, there is the words in it. You tell me what our own part will do. Tell me that. And Mr. Speaker, I have keenly listened to debaters from this morning. We started the debate around 11 something, going to 12 midday. Mr. Speaker, I keep taking notes upon notes from speakers upon speakers. And Mr. Speaker, truth be told to ourselves, when my brother, the Honorable Daniel, was speaking, that was what he started with. In his main grown law. We can't. This a lot of things. Actually told Brutus, he said, the people that men do. It will be with us here in this house. Mr. Speaker, posterity will own us. Whatever we do here, posterity will own us. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Catherine Zainab Charali, I've been in this house. I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly here. Nobody tells me what I know. Whatever I say here, I know what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, if somebody says the women in this APC bench are hypocrites, I cannot say he or she is misinforming the public or the gallery, but he or she is just talking about what he or she wants to talk. But all I know, we cannot be very selfish. We cannot be hypocrites to our conscience. We cannot be people that will not go outside and talk to our people when it comes to talk to them. Here, in this house, today we are speaking to our people. They are the people that will make the best decision. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the honorable from Ghana says the local council was butchered by the late president. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what is happening now. The SNPP present government has butchered the present local council. It is 3 years they are not giving a dime to other councils. Come to me everywhere. And Mr. Speaker, investigate that one. Investigate it. So if you are talking about butcher, who butchered the local council? It's them. They brought it and they are butchering it again. Mr. Speaker, truth be told to ourselves. Don't debate on the gallery.
Waterloo is a growing urban centre in Sierra Leone's western area rural district, lies approximately 20 miles east of Freetown. As the administrative capital of the district, it stands as the second largest city in the region, shaped by rapid population growth and its proximity to the nation's capital. Once a modest settlement, Waterloo has steadily expanded into a key part of the greater Freetown metropolitan